it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. Oh, what a beautiful dream. Oh, oh, oh. And he plays pretend. It's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. Oh, what a beautiful dream. And he plays pretend. It's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. What does the fascist say when the lies are sold in spades? They say they need our civil rights while we work hard to die. When the guy, they defend the genocide. They have said they cleanse your soul by making sure your tale is never told. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rhymes, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear into the hearts of men. The voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. To resist as far as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. They thought they could make you hide, disappear right before their eyes. And no man says to me, here come the 40 thieves, riding into battle, wrath and power, this is stopping me. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rhymes, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear to the hearts of men. The voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're on me. To resist as far as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You are true, they win, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear to the hearts of men. The voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. To resist as far as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. Hey, hey.
In the heart of the stream where the currents flow, there's a red-haired captain with a radiant glow. Riverboat Jack with her eyes so bright navigates the waters, chasing dreams in the night. She talks of games and battles won, and fights for rights until they're won. With her partner by her side, they sail the waves they won't abide. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every line and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or oh mommy in her unique way. River much loud. As Jack speaks truth, she stands proud. Politics, socialism, her flag unfurled. In her world, all voices are heard. With all curls and glasses on, she blows a kiss, her strength is gone. Her favorite tune, she'll sing along. And in her laughter, we all belong. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or oh mommy in her unique way. Riverboat Jack leading the way. Riverboat Jack leading the way. EWA, the sound of joy as she sails through, no one can destroy. With love and courage, she sets sail. Riverboat Jack, never to fail. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yawn and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or mommy in her unique way. Riverboat Jack leading the way. So come aboard, let's sail the stream. With Riverboat Jack, it's a vibrant dream. In the world, we're all free to play. Get in the riverboat, let's sail away.
You got that trump card in your back pocket. New York State, better shut it and lock it. Now that a dark, stormy night, got a bitch burp walking. Figured orange is its color, so we might as well rock it. Felony on the big screen, gather around the fire for a grand old party. Porn stars and payoffs, babies, the rock star real estate. Gonna strut round in iron chains, got an old broad rap and a brand new cellmate. Porn stars and payoffs, babies, the rock star real estate. Gonna strut round in iron chains, got an old broad rap and a brand new cellmate.
How we all doing, folks? How are we doing? How are we doing? Hello, G Klein. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Advanced Turtle Logic. Hello, Christinos. Hello, Mr. Miyagi. Hello, KBS. Hello, Cleaver120. Hello, the Ukrainian. Hello, Ember Brains. Hello. Hello, OS Crane. Hello, Noraku. Hello, Archangel Decab. Hello, Salmon Moose. Looking good in your new modding duds. Hello, Very Knifey Duck. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Goblin City Band. Hello, Will Kale. Hello, one and all. Hello, our family. Hello, Rhombus. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, everybody in chat. How we doing? Hello, Snoogan. Hello, Mrs. Hello, Periwinkle. Periwinkle's such a cute name. I like it. Hello, Kiona Shadow Dancer. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom. And Very Knifey Duck, a very knifey thank you for gifting 2 tier 1 subs before stream even really got underway. And that was a boating joke. Thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. Gets us started off on the right foot, I think. Hello, Trans Girl Jade. Hope you're doing well. I am so exhausted. This past week has been a lot, chat. I literally fell asleep in the middle of doing stuff. I just fell over and I was in dreamland for like 40 minutes. Got about 3 hours of sleep last night. And yeah, that do not recommend. Also, again, I do recommend you drink a gigantic glass of water when you wake up in the morning. Maybe 2 glasses of water, because my God, one of the worst feelings in the world is realizing midday that you're extremely dehydrated, because it doesn't feel good. You just feel angry. And 9 times out of 10, you just need some water. I got 3, hell yeah. But you look pretty as ever. Thank you, Trans Girl Jade. I will be looking prettier tomorrow, because guys, it's time to make a big announcement, everybody. Hello, hi. I can finally talk about it. I have been one of the handful of streamers on Twitch selected for their Pride Month highlighting on the front page. And this year, people, as part of that Pride Carousel, are going to be on the front page all year round. So it's not just 1 month, it is the entire year we will be up there. And that's really, really exciting. You might have noticed we got a few new mods. Yeah, it's a huge deal, everybody.
Gotta head back into the work mines. We'll catch all you lovelies later if stream is still going. Much love.
Oh, very knifey duck. Thank you for the $5 dono. Good luck in the work mines, as opposed to the fun mines. Thank you so much. Also, yeah, it's I know, Amir El Paslan, I'm terrible at keeping secrets, but they told us we had to keep it a secret until they made the announcement, and so I was just like, oh, it's time. So yeah, you and Doodle are both in the Pride Carousel. Yeah, we are. And yeah, you might have noticed we have a couple new mods on the team, Gamer G and Salmon Moose. We're probably going to need them for obvious reasons. And we don't start getting highlighted on the front page until tomorrow. But yeah, it could look very different in Twitch chat. So just heads up on that. And I have had to update security settings on the Twitch side of things to make sure that There aren't just people coming in and spamming like the N-word or like, slurs or whatever. And also, after the security, we actually got like a security briefing from Twitch, and I'm not gonna lie, I finally caved to a bit of advertising, specifically a bit of advertising from Legal Eagle. I don't know how many of you watch that show on YouTube, but he and his team have been advertising a service called Incogni to help erase like basically docs information that is incredibly easily accessible. And let me tell you, it was absolutely worth it. I'm not being sponsored by Incogni or anything, or by Legal Eagle.
Ooh, farts, 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 farts. So ho 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 who be wah ha 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 ha.
LB, thank you for the $10 dono. And yeah, we might have to also turn off text-to-speech if people start abusing that. Not that you did, LB. You used it in a comedically irritating way. But just in case there are people who are trying to like use it to say slurs or whatever on the screen. Yeah, OS Crane just in the span of the last week, Incogni has saved me like over 100 hours of spending my time trying to take down my info. So that very very much worth it. And I got a year-long membership there so that it could cover the extent of me being on the front page. Let's see here. Damn, that's some good service. Yeah, it was really, really worth it. Hello, Zarina Chess. Hope it's a good, big announcement. Zarina Chess, I just made it. I'm going to be on the front page of Twitch for the next year as part of their Pride Month initiative. So that's really, really cool. And yeah, I'm hopeful that maybe we'll
loving
be,
the boat ride.
Yeah, Kiona, Shadow Dancer. Thank you for the $10 dono. I'm glad you like your time aboard the riverboat. Yeah, it lasts. Their Pride Month initiative this year lasts for the entire year. So I'm going to be on the front page. Socialist representation on the front page of Twitch. Okay? Yeah, for the whole ass year, Holly Hoomst. So you might notice a few changes. Notably, I'm going to be we're going back into copyright fortress mode for the most part, because we want to avoid like any kind of like DMCA strike on the Twitch account. We will also want to I'll be maybe trying to tone down my language a little bit, so I'm not saying quite so many F-bombs, and there will be a few little changes, but that's part of the reason why I've been trying to collect songs for us to play from the community during the intro, so that we can do that. We can like adapt and still have fun music times. Do we have to? I mean, I have to. You guys don't have to. You can say whatever you want, as long as it's not slurs. As long as the mods are paying attention and it's not. You know what I mean when I say you can say whatever you want. Jack has officially sold out. No, that was what I officially sold out when I accepted a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship like 3 years ago. I'm releasing a new song as we speak. Nani? Was ist das? True, right? Oh, sorry, no disco chatting? I'll go to the... Wait, you can disco chat. You could. Wait. I don't know what disco chat means. I assume it means posting fun dancing emotes in chat. Das ist gut. Also, if you want to spam emotes, you can always come over to riverboat.gg. Jack is a sellout. Slur, slur, slur. No! What? Raid Shadow Legends? I did it once. I did it twice. Okay, just to see, like, what it was like. I do have to say, I did like the last sponsored stream we did. That one was great. I think I might try and, like, do one sponsored stream, like, every month, every other month or something. I don't know. It worked out very well for me, and I enjoyed the game as well, so get that bag. Do my best. Do my best. It's awesome. Yeah, I figure this will be a really great opportunity to like grow the channel as much as we can. And like being featured on the front page, not the sponsorships. Might use their art for refs. Yeah, the art was really great. And the soundtrack. Yeah, I don't know. I'm really optimistic about like what the next year of this channel might look like. Just woke up, what's happening? I'm being featured on the front page of Twitch, baby. A year on the front page will be very good. I think so too. I'm hoping that like maybe we can find some like new pet chuds for the chat. You know, like but we need to find some that like strike that unique and fun balance of being like just unhinged enough to be funny, but also not too unhinged to just be like posting like anti-Semitism and homophobia all the time, you know? Holy crap, Lois. That was almost Peter Griffin. Jack gonna be bigger than that Mike from PA guy in a year. Hey, I'm gonna try my best, guys. I'm gonna be trying my best to do what I can with as long as look, it's a hard line to walk, folks. Getting that sweet pet chud. Should I milk post? Ugh. I gotta release more shit. Jazz Dog, you really do. Like, you post constant bangers on your Twitter. Chug that milk with my superior lactose genes? Jesus. Did I miss the announcement? Short version of the announcement. I'm gonna be on the front page of Twitch. It's done? What is this? Oh, damn. Another banger from the jazziest of dogs. We all love Jazz Dog, don't we, folks? Can I get a riverboat costume? If I hit 100,000... if I hit 100,000 follows on Twitch, I will buy a full-ass replica riverboat gambler costume. Tailored, so it looks good. Nixon Plumber, where you been? Jazz Dog, if you made, like, if you made a soundtrack to a video game, that video game would instantly be gold. You know that, right? Here, you all can check out this track over on Bandcamp. It's called Taste the Skies by Jazz Dog. Let's go. You know, it's pretty homophobic that Pride Month begins with having to pay rent. You know, that's I think I object to that. I have no idea how I'm supposed to be celebrating Pride. I mean, however you want to be celebrating Pride. You know, if you want to celebrate Pride just by being like gay and in a little hobbit hole, that's okay. You can do that. You're changing your legal name and gender this Pride? Fuck yeah! Congratulations, Foxbat. I watch on YouTube, Hustler. Hell yeah. Rent is a tool of the owning class. You have nothing to lose but your chains. Going to Pride in my fancy dress in a week. Congratulations, Gamer G. Y'all, you all keep posting your W's tonight. I hope you all feel proud of yourselves. I celebrate Pride by boofing my estrogen for a month. Oh, God. By the way, is it worth going over the SciShow? Like, I saw a bunch of like trans folks on Twitter bashing the new SciShow video on HRT. Is it worth going over that video? Like, is it really that bad? I genuinely don't know. Just a lot of people posting very authoritatively about it in a way that like made me think it might not actually be that bad. There's no Pride Month in Florida anymore. Well, you know what? The original Pride Month was illegal too. So, you know, wherever Pride Month gets outlawed, the most Pride Month thing you can do is still have Pride. Wait, Hank is transphobic? No. That's the thing. It's a video advocating for HRT and trying to like educate about it, and people seem to be nitpicking it over like edge cases. I don't know. LB, if you made some instrumental stuff specifically for stream, I would love that. And of course I'd be happy to pay you for that. The video isn't great. Well, yeah, Archangel, I don't think it comes out against DIY HRT. I think instead it just doesn't talk about it, which I think is like kind of okay. You know, part of like I think part of what keeps DIY HRT feasible is largely like the fact that it's, you know, not being clamped down on, if that makes sense. Had an amazing day after a giga bad mental health day yesterday. Oh, I'm sorry, G Klein. Sometimes sometimes my mouth wants to say your username is Gklein, and that's just incorrect. Have you seen the Bitcoin fraud? I'm sorry, you'll have to be way more specific. Go ahead. Someone helped Jack make a looking for a man in finance with a trust fund. 6'5", blue eyes. Yeah, which one exactly? Some of the misinformation in the video. Yeah, my main problem is I don't know who this person is, and I have no idea if the information... I saw this thread. I just have no idea if the information they're offering is correct. And I don't necessarily know that they're attributing... it feels like they're attributing like malice or like weaponized incompetence to the SciShow crew, and I just don't think that is 100% the case. But yeah. I mean, like, for example, like this tweet right here, like the thing being nitpicked is that the video talks about how testosterone, as far as HRT goes, is simpler than like HRT for trans women, because there's like one main thing that you're taking, which is testosterone. And like I think that's true to an extent, right? Like I think generally it is a bit simpler. Because, like, for trans women, you can be on estrogen. You can be on estrogen and any number of, like, testosterone blockers or anti-androgens. Like, it's a... Like, I don't think the information in the video is incorrect. It's just not as comprehensive as some people want. I don't know. Yeah. Puts forth an idea that you can just take Spyro without any E? Really? Okay, well now my curiosity is piqued. Let's take a look. Actually understand HRT. Yeah.
Transgender and non-binary people might make up somewhere around 3% of the world's population, though it's hard to come up with an accurate estimate. Many such people seek medical interventions to help their bodies reflect their identities. And the more we learn, the more we understand that trans healthcare saves lives. Trans population...
I want to preface this by saying I am not like a full-fledged medical expert. I can just give my opinion based on my experience as like a, you know, relatively binary, like, trans woman, okay?
Are vulnerable to violence and self-harm, and
also their shirt is dope as hell. I like the bears and such.
Acceptance and affirmation are ways to reverse that. One of the most accessible interventions is the use of hormone replacement therapy, or HRT, to create masculinizing or feminizing changes in the body. Today, we're going to pull back the veil and take a look at exactly how these kinds of treatments work. If you're considering it for yourself, you can get a sense of what to expect. For everybody else, we hope to eliminate the stigma and show that this is a safe and effective means of healthcare. So now for a video that will stir up no controversy whatsoever and generate nothing but friendly comments, actually understand HRT.
First, something tells me they didn't expect angry comments coming from trans people.
just so you know, we here at SciShow think trans and non-binary people should have a voice in their own healthcare. That's why this video was pitched, written, and hosted, by trans and non-binary members of our team. If you don't like cis people telling you how to live your lives, great. Neither do we. That said, we also want this video to be helpful to anyone curious about HRT, whether you're a parent to a trans youth, or maybe wondering about the changes a friend is going through, or you just want to know how the stuff works. Okay, let's talk sources. Navigating trans healthcare can be incredibly difficult, but there are some rock-solid resources out there to take advantage of, and we'll be using them a lot today. One is the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, or WPATH, which published the 8th edition of their Standards of Care in 2022. This is intended to provide guidance to healthcare professionals around the world for how to deal with trans patients respectfully and with their health and safety at the forefront. Another source we'll be using a lot is the UCSF Transgender Care Guidelines. Some of this information is slightly out of date, going back to 2016, and they have a big revision pending in 2024. However, they have—
Yeah, one thing to note about like trans healthcare is that a lot of stuff doesn't have as much, like, a lot of stuff when it comes to like HRT is passed by like word of mouth from like trans person to trans person based on like individual experiential data, as opposed to like actual like scientific published journal article testing, you know? And so like, and I'm not saying, oh man, HRT isn't based on science. I'm just saying like some stuff like progesterone, for example. Like I know a lot of trans women who swear by progesterone, either for like boosting like libido or for breast growth or like for rounder breast growth. But there's not a ton of literature about the actual effectiveness of progesterone, mostly because until very, very recently, a lot of academics weren't really able to get a ton of funding to study that kind of stuff, you know? So, yeah.
have the advantage of rating the quality of clinical evidence for or against certain practices, like which formulation of hormones to use or whether your doctor should monitor for certain side effects. Next, let's establish some terms. You may be familiar with the phrase hormone replacement therapy, which refers to using hormones to accomplish a masculinizing or feminizing effect. However, there's increasing support for a different term, gender-affirming hormone therapy. That's because HRT was first used to describe adjusting hormone levels in cisgender people. The phrase gender-affirming instead centers us and our choices.
Yeah, I haven't heard that. I haven't heard that phrase before, but that change makes sense. I think that'd be fine. So far, I'm not seeing anything objectionable in this video, but we do have a good way to go.
To mostly say HRT because if I'm brutally honest, it is easier to read off of a teleprompter. There's another term I just used, cisgender.
I mean, very knifey duck. If people want to give me 100 subs to read a fanfic like that, I certainly would do it.
Which refers to anyone whose gender identity generally matches the sex they were assigned at birth and who doesn't experience the gender weirdness day to day. Couldn't be me. For the rest of us, the experience of gender is so diverse that it's hard to capture in just a few words. WPATH uses the catch-all term transgender and gender diverse, or TGD for short, while acknowledging that no catch-all really catches us all. Now that all that housekeeping's out of the way, let's start by talking about how you can get access to care. After that, we'll start going into some details of how hormone replacement therapy works in adults and adolescents. The medical community as a whole is moving away from pathologizing TGD folks, that is, from viewing us as having some kind of mental disorder. The DSM-5, basically the Bible of all things psychology diagnoses, does still categorize gender dysphoria as a mental disorder. Meanwhile, the ICD-11, a handbook of diseases, lists gender incongruence instead. And while it's good that the medical community is moving away from treating us like we're some kind of problem, there are still reasons you might need to have one of these diagnoses in your hot little hands. See, WPATH recommends treating TGD folks based on informed consent. That's where you you give patients enough information for them to clearly understand the risks and benefits of treatment and let them make their own decisions. But you may not have access to a provider who operates under this framework, and your doctor may instead require a diagnosis and monitoring over a period of time before they agree to treatment. If you live in the UK and are trying to access care through the NHS, for example, you'll need a referral to a specialist gender clinic to even obtain a diagnosis before beginning treatment, which again is contrary to what WPATH recommends, but I digress. Even if your doctor is the most enlightened person in the world and operates
Yeah, about that. Just taking a look at this. Yeah, starting April 1st, NHS England will not prescribe puberty blockers, drugs that suppress sex hormones during puberty, as a routine treatment for children or younger people seeking gender transitions. Cool. Boo. Boo, I say. Yeah, this is the UK government, by the way, right here. New restrictions on puberty blockers. Yeah. The emergency ban will last from June 3rd to September 3rd. It applies to private prescribers and prescribers registered in the EEA or Switzerland. Yeah. Absolutely unconscionable. Absolutely unconscionable.
under informed consent, your insurance company might look for excuses to not pay for your health care. So to get them to cough up enough, you might need a diagnosis and monitoring anyway, which might not be transphobia so much as an equal opportunity failure of the system. In other words, think of getting a diagnosis of gender dysphoria or gender incongruence not as showing something's wrong with you, but as ammo for navigating a challenging system. Now,
yeah. So I can see why this part would rub people the wrong way. I can absolutely see that. But I also think that, like, as part of, like, their method of communicating science-based research, right? They're doing the best they can, and they're not going to tell their audience to, like, go and make their own medicine, generally speaking. However, that is an option if you have no other option. You know, it is an option. It does exist. You can actually do it. But also, I think that the line there at the end is trying to reframe the issue as, you know, using a diagnosis as a way to navigate a challenging system. Because as we can see in the UK, where they are making it illegal to be found in possession of, like, puberty blockers, countries will, like, straight up, like, criminalize you for trying to go outside of the prescription system. So in a sense, they're trying to be like, hey, try as hard as you can to work within the system. And then they're just, I think, deliberately not mentioning DIY HRT. And I think that can be read in one of two ways. Either it's malicious, or it is, well, maybe three ways. Malicious, ignorance, or they don't want to highlight the option of do-it-yourself hormone therapy for a couple of different reasons. Like, for example, legal reasons. Like, if someone in their audience, like, watches their video and then tries to do it and fucks up, it would be pretty bad. It would be pretty bad for them. Yeah. So I just... Let's see. Bluntly, the wait to even be seen by the gender Gestapo is hitting 5 years plus, so by the time you actually get seen, you're probably a legal adult, have to be forced through the entire incorrect puberty just to get on, straight on HRT. Well, yeah, I mean, this video also came out before, like, the emergency ban in the UK went into effect, so, I mean, like, it's already been outdated. But I let me put it this way. My reading of the video is not that they're saying, yes, stew in your inability to get a diagnosis and do nothing. That's not my read of what they're saying. And it seems like they're trying to be pretty careful with their wording to, you know, that's just my take. I don't see this as like as malicious as a lot of people seem to see it.
Let's get into some specifics of how hormone treatment actually works. My mama raised me to be polite, so let's start with ladies first.
Erica.
Feminizing hormone therapy is going to involve taking both estrogen, the hormone that influences the development of feminine secondary sex characteristics, and a medication to block the testosterone your body makes. Some people may add progesterone on top of.
Yeah, but it also criminalizes people who are found in possession of like hormone blockers. Like it's a crime in the UK. My understanding, and maybe I'm wrong about this. My understanding is if you have these puberty blockers in the UK, it's now illegal. It's not just that it's a joke that doesn't meaningfully change anything. It's that you are literally branded as a criminal for having them. Why does it feel like I'm arguing with chat? I don't understand. Like, should I just not cover this video? 'Cause like I agree with you guys. Like, I agree with DIY HRT. I just like oh yeah, the UK is absolutely insane. We're mostly angry at England and not the video. Yeah, I agree with that. Honestly, I think it's a safe bet to mostly be angry at the United States and at the UK at basically any given time. I'm wondering though if this science is about to get really bad.
Of that, but WPATH doesn't recommend doing so, and I'll get to why in a second. Estrogen comes in a few
Wait, what?
Medication to block the testosterone your body makes. Some people may add progesterone on top of that, but WPATH doesn't recommend doing so, and I'll get to why in a second. Estrogen comes in a few forms, but doctors favor 17-beta estradiol because it's identical to the form produced in the human body. Equine-derived estrogens are also out there, but not necessarily recommended because they come with some risk of blood clots. Estradiol is available as a pill, patch, or...
My understanding is that a lot of estradiol is also like if you get prescribed estradiol by like your physician, they'll usually tell you that it increases your risk of blood clots as well. So I'm not entirely sure, like maybe estradiol has a lower risk of blood clots, just like 1 or 2%, maybe. I don't know.
Or injection. Most doctors will aim to achieve levels comparable to what's in a cisgender woman's body.
Tipster, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome.
We're still figuring out exactly what to shoot for. It's not really settled science. Depending on how much a patient needs to achieve that level, they might take anywhere from 1 to 8 milligrams a day via pill, 50 to 400 micrograms at a time via patch, or 1 to 20 milligrams a week via injection, depending on which of 2 formulations they're using. In addition to this, providers will usually add an androgen blocker to suppress the amount of testosterone being made naturally by the body. That's because while estrogen will knock levels of testosterone down some, it won't take them all the way down to where a cis woman would be.
Okay, so I think that, again, this video is probably going to be talking in very broad generalizations because this is supposed to be a primer into what HRT does and what it is, right? obviously there are going to be some people based on their physiology, based on their body makeup, where estrogen alone will take down their levels to where a cis woman's would be. Generally, though, that isn't going to be the case. It is possible. It's just my understanding is that is not generally going to be the case. However, there are also like non-binary people who can very comfortably just take estrogen and exist as their preferred gender, you know?
Will knock levels of testosterone down some, it won't take them all the way down to where a cis woman would be. The most commonly used option is spironolactone, though providers may also recommend finasteride or dutasteride, medications also approved for things like hair loss in cisgender men. Now,
I did see a lot of people on Twitter like taking issue with this in particular, and I do want to say, like, I think that technically both of these do different things within the body, and they operate in different ways. However, they do achieve the same basic function for like blocking androgen reception. She's entirely skipped a drug. Well, I mean, I imagine there are a lot of drugs that aren't going to be named in this video. Like there are a lot of different options. I think this is a video intended for a very general introduction to what HRT is. Again, at the beginning of the video, they talk about how this is for like parents of kids who have no idea what the fuck is going on with trans people.
Finasteride, medications also approved for things like hair loss in cisgender men. Now, let's talk about progesterone.
Also, yes.
I am exhausted. Gonna head to bed so I can be rested for walking in the Pride Parade tomorrow.
OS Crane!
I love you all, Jack and friends. People hug happy almost Pride Month.
Thank you for the $5 dono, and do get plenty of rest so you get some good walk-in at the Pride Parade. I'm proud of you. Good job walking in the Pride Parade. This video basically doesn't apply to anyone outside the US. I mean, yeah. An unfortunate side effect of living in the United States is, you know, the incessant navel gazing.
There are widely circulated anecdotal claims that adding progesterone will enhance breast development, something a lot of trans women will probably find appealing. However, the clinical evidence for this actually isn't great. What's more,
also isn't correct me if I'm wrong, isn't one of the common testosterone blockers outside the United States not approved by like the FDA? Again, I get the feeling some of the information is being skipped over largely for like US based legal reasons. Yeah, exactly. Okay, yep, that makes a lot of sense. They probably don't want to like go on their show with like how many subscribers they got? Yeah, like almost 8 million subscribers. They probably are under a bit more scrutiny, and their legal team probably consults on their scripts and is like, maybe take that part out.
Some studies have found that progesterone can increase the risk of blood clots. It's important to talk to your doctor about your goals, of course, but they may advise the potential benefits don't outweigh the risk.
Yeah, and in the case of progesterone, again, that's an example of a drug that is approved by the FDA, but hasn't been studied. Like its use for like feminizing effects hasn't really been established in academic literature. But they can still talk about its use largely, and I'm guessing because it's legal to do so, or legally safe for them to do so here.
Instead, UCSF suggests that it may be possible to enhance breast development by starting with a low and escalating dose of estrogen, then adding in spironolactone later, though unfortunately the evidence for this also is not great. So, what can you actually expect from estrogen therapy? Breast tissue growth is all but certain, though it might take 2 or 3 years to get the full effect, and you most likely won't reach the full development a cisgender woman would. The body will also redistribute some fat, including to the hips and thighs. It's a myth that hormone therapy will affect your bone structure, unless you start very young, but fat shifting in your face might result in a more feminine appearance.
Yeah. I do think though that there is some like anecdotal evidence, yada yada yada. Some people do report like losing height or like shrinking hands or shrinking feet. Again, HRT can affect people in a lot of different ways.
You might also see softer skin, fuller hair on your scalp, lower muscle mass, and changes to your sex drive. Unfortunately, one thing estrogen won't do is change your voice. There are other ways to accomplish that, just not this one. Some folks might also experience a decrease in sexual function, but apparently, and I am reading this right off of UCSF, you can ask for the old blue pill. Hormones can also
That's true. You can always ask for Viagra.
affect your mood, but we should be careful not to let our interpretation of those effects come out as plain old sex.
Yeah, again, where is it here? Yeah, it can happen, but again, I think this video, again, part of the issue is a lot of trans women and trans people in general have a lot of knowledge on this after having been forced to like look it up because their doctors didn't know shit. Like I feel like only now are we starting to see doctors who actually know about HRT and like what that is and how that affects people. And really up until this point, trans people have had to like guide their own research into this, right? And so I think again, this is a circumstance of this being a video intended for a very general and broad audience, where like we come in and we're just like, huh, I know that my feet changed, you know, like it's I totally get it. I totally get the impulse to do that because like I'm feeling it right now, you know. But yeah, the phrasing and like the structure of this is strange, where they're like, "Hey, yeah, your bone structure isn't going to change, but it can." Anyway, moving on. Like that does seem to immediately invalidate the point. That's why people were saying they should have consulted with a trans femme to help them sculpt with the script and presentation too. Could have evened it out a bit more. Maybe. I just don't know to what extent. Like I feel like trans men also talk about like bone like skeletal structure and changes as well. Like I again, I think this is less there aren't qualified people writing the video and more that the intended audience is going to get mixed messages about what HRT generally does, you know?
Very young, but fat shifting in your face might result in a more feminine appearance. You might also see softer skin, fuller hair on your scalp, lower muscle mass, and changes to your sex drive. Unfortunately, one thing estrogen won't do is change your voice. There are other ways to accomplish that, just not this one. Some folks might also experience a decrease in sexual function, but apparently, and I am reading this right off of UCSF, you can ask for the old blue pill. Hormones can
I understand also why they kept that particular part short, because they're a family friendly channel. They don't want to talk about, you know, dicks and balls and assholes and whatnot. Like, yeah, decrease in sexual function. Like, yes and no, right? Yes and no.
Can also affect your mood, but we should be careful not to let our interpretation of those effects come out as plain old sexism. Some people might experience a broader emotional range, but let's not call them mood swings, because a lot of people will feel just plain better on HRT. Their brains are finally running on the right juice. Nearly all of these changes are
Okay, this is the first part of the video where like it actually hits me wrong. You know, like this is the part where I'm like, I think it's okay to call them mood swings. Like, mood swing doesn't imply bad. Like, there's definitely an adjustment period to like having a broader range of emotions where you start feeling things more intensely. and like need to get your sea legs, you know? Like a- as someone with the tism, I would, you know, before I started HRT, again, very anecdotal, but before I started HRT, I could go and like do tasks that I found triggering. Like, for example, going into multiple stores at a time without like a break in between makes me very uncomfortable. I do not like doing it. To a very strong degree. And after I started HRT, like I would still be able to do it before I started HRT. I would still be able to do it. And I can still do it. But if I do too much of it, I need to like go into my car and cry for like a good 20 minutes. And that's, I mean, I think to most outside observers, that would seem like a mood swing. And like, to me, it's definitely a mood swing because nothing bad happened, you know? But I'm responding to the same activity very differently than I used to. And like, that's okay. It's not bad that it's a mood swing. But I think it would be accurate to call it one. Yeah, this was the first part where I'm just like, I don't know about that one, Chief.
Are reversible if HRT is discontinued, other than breast growth. Of course, the changes that come with hormone therapy are pretty unique to the individual. It's impossible to know exactly what changes you're going to
I'm not saying mood swings is neutral. I'm just saying that like I think that telling folks that there's going to be an adjustment period after you start HRT where you will experience mood swings that you know and feelings you're unfamiliar with. I think that's a totally fair thing to say. Chris Algu, I did do the big announcement, which is that I'm going to be on the front page of Twitch for the next year, starting tomorrow.
Get ahead of time, so discuss it with your doctor. Speaking of your doctor, they'll probably want blood tests every 3 months in your first year to check your hormone levels and adjust your dosage if necessary. They might also want to monitor for certain side effects, though there's a lack of consensus on which side effects you should really worry about. For example, estrogen can affect the composition of your blood lipids like cholesterol. Back in 2016, UCSF found no evidence to support routine monitoring. The literature since then seems pretty mixed, but it seems some of those changes can actually be positive. Another thing to keep an eye on if you're using spironolactone is kidney function, since it can lead to high potassium levels, but this is unlikely to be a huge risk as long as you monitor it. And as I've already hinted more than once, another risk is blood clots. It doesn't seem to be a big risk, just one that's difficult to rule out.
Yeah, my understanding is that there is a statistically relevant increase of the likelihood of blood clots, but like that it's still a very small statistically relevant increase in how much you get blood clots.
So your doctor may want to add some extra monitoring if you have other risk factors like a history of smoking. And if you do smoke, your doctor will likely advise you to quit. Finally, the decision to have children is a personal one, but if that matters to you...
Doctors tend not to like it when you smoke. That part's true.
It's important to know how estrogen therapy can affect your fertility, which is why it's also important to know that while estrogen may decrease sperm count and affect semen quality, WPATH identifies this as a gap in our knowledge. It's really important that we study this more so that people can make the best decisions for their own futures. Now, this next bit is the bit that our writer Alex actually has.
Is this video just for MTF? I don't think so. I think we're just through the MTF section now.
Personal experience with. In other words, we're moving on to...
Also, the person doing this video is non-binary, so...
testosterone. Where the medications are concerned, this is much simpler compared to estrogen therapy because you need to take one thing and one thing only. Testosterone is usually administered by injection or as a gel applied to the skin. Other formulations exist but aren't used as often to treat trans men specifically. Injections can be intramuscular, meaning injected into the muscle like a flu shot, or they can be subcutaneous, injected into body fat. Either way, the dosage can be anywhere from 20 to 100 milligrams a week. Alex would like to submit that the subcutaneous route is very easy if you are not afraid of needles, but please make sure your doctor gives you some basic needle safety knowledge and a way to dispose of them correctly. For the love of everything holy, do not share or reuse needles. Don't do it. If you need an incentive, using needles dulls the point, making subsequent injections more painful. The gel is a great alternative if you are still intimidated.
You know, that was maybe the best advice in the video. Don't reuse needles, folks.
Intimidated by the shots thing, but you do need to make sure it dries all the way so it doesn't spread to other members of your household who didn't consent to treatment. Now, as far as what you can actually expect, testosterone will cause redistribution of body fat, similar and opposite to estrogen, which may send more fat toward your belly and give you a more masculine facial profile. You may see oilier and rougher skin, increased muscle mass, and changes to your sex drive, and your periods will probably stop. That stuff is generally considered reversible if you stop treatment. However, some changes are permanent and won't go away if you discontinue testosterone. Fortunately, the irreversible changes are also the ones a lot of trans dudes are specifically after, a deeper voice and facial hair growth. There's also what's euphemistically called bottom growth. That is permanent enlargement of the clitoris by a couple of centimeters. Vaginal atrophy can also happen, which can be treated with topical estrogen. You may experience quote-unquote male pattern baldness, and your doctor can prescribe hair loss medication if that's the case. Also, butt hair. So much butt hair. You will grow butt hair. Emotional changes can happen too, but I'd like to repeat what I said before about being careful not to interpret.
Again, this is another example of, like, generally, some people aren't going to grow a lot of butt hair. Some people aren't going to grow a lot of butt hair, okay? You're not, you know, you're not going to be the, you know, just like throwing it over a trellis to have someone climb up into a tower. You know, it's not going to be that much butt hair. But in general, people will grow a bit more butt hair, you know, if they're on testosterone. So, like, again, I think this is another example of, like, this being, like, for a generalized audience.
Those changes in the context of our traditional perceptions of gender. Testosterone won't necessarily make you prone to anger or roid rage. Some people report finding it more difficult to cry, but a lot of people seem to feel more centered and calm, not angrier. Just like with estrogen, your doctor will probably want to check up every 3 months in the first year of treatment to check the levels of testosterone in the blood. Also, just like with
Romeo, oh Romeo, spread your cheeks and let down your hair.
estrogen, the quality of evidence for what side effects to look out for is kind of mixed. The big thing is that testosterone can increase your blood count, so your doctor will probably want to do a blood panel every once in a while. Like estrogen, testosterone can affect your blood lipid levels, but the evidence for routine monitoring is lacking. Finally, let's return to fertility. Your menses—
I mean, I think it's, let me put it this way. I think it is harmless to err on the side of caution and get routine monitoring done. And I think the way that this, how do I want to phrase that? I think it is good to get routine monitoring done, and I think especially if you are doing, like, DIY, if you're going that route, you should go in for routine monitoring to make sure everything's hunky-dory with your system, because you're introducing something new to your body that has deep ramifications for, like, basically all your body functions. Isn't there a cost to it, though? A lot of places you can get some basic blood work done, you know, for $0 or, like, just very, very little money. For example, the hormone clinic that I went to get my informed consent in Minnesota had sliding scale payments. So like they accepted insurance, but also like if your insurance didn't cover all of it, then you'd be like, hey, I'm able to pay everything, or I can only pay a very little, or I can't pay at all, and they just did business with that. So like there are options. I believe that a lot of Planned Parenthoods also do blood work. So again, like there's some options out there. And last I checked, I don't think people are paying an arm and a leg at Planned Parenthood.
These will most likely stop on testosterone, especially higher doses, but that doesn't necessarily make you infertile. A 2024 study found that a third of transmasculine...
Yeah, exactly, Emperor Brains. With any medication, you should be monitored by a doctor, but it's not always possible. It's not always possible, but it's always a good idea. I think it's not a bad thing to have your blood levels checked to make sure like your organ function is not failing.
Individuals on testosterone therapy who aren't having periods are still ovulating. So if you have a sexual partner who produces sperm, birth control is your safest bet to prevent pregnancy. Conversely, it is possible for some trans men who discontinue testosterone to get pregnant and have healthy kids. As always, it's about talking to your doctor about your goals and needs. Now, a quick message for my fellow non-binary folks. How are you doing? Is that a new shirt? That's not the message, I just wanted to say hi. The message is this. The great thing about being non-binary is that we get to decide what that means, but the flip side of that is that it's pretty hard to provide any one-size-fits-all advice. So while there aren't a lot of specific resources out there targeted at non-binary people, there are some. And a lot of what I've already said about estrogen and testosterone applies here as well. Lower doses of hormones can result in a more gender-neutral effect compared to the doses prescribed to trans men and women. And there are a few additional ways to customize treatment for whatever you personally want to accomplish. According to UCSF,
Paladin,
people whose
I see your
bodies produce
joke,
mainly
and I like
testosterone can use an androgen blocker without additional estrogen. As another example, if you have periods and don't want to, but don't want to go on a high dose of testosterone, a contraceptive that stops your periods might be what you're looking for. The most important thing to keep in mind is that you can't really use hormones to pick out masc or femme traits a la carte. Hormones are gonna do what they're gonna do. In particular, WPATH notes that estrogen treatment pretty much inevitably comes with some breast growth. Likewise, testosterone will likely come with a change in voice pitch and some genital growth. The important thing is to make your goals clear to your provider so you can decide together what's the best way to get you there. All of this so far has focused on TGD adults. What I'm going to do now, given the current state of politics, is kick a hornet's nest. But it's an important thing to say because care for TGD minors is medically necessary and can be life-saving. In the United States alone, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Medical Association, and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry all back gender-affirming care for kids and teens. The main treatment for TGD kids comes in the form of gonadotropin-releasing hormone agonists, often referred to as puberty blockers. These molecules kick off a chain reaction of hormonal signaling in the body that eventually causes it to stop making estrogen and testosterone. Without those hormones, the body simply can't go through puberty. Indeed, we know this treatment is safe and effective because it's been used to treat early puberty in cis children for a long time. The effects are completely reversible,
half a century,
and it's considered a useful tool to give the individual more time to understand their identity and their needs before undergoing either HRT or their own endogenous puberty. One thing worth noting is that WPATH doesn't recommend starting puberty blockers until the individual has started puberty, what's referred to medically as Tanner Stage 2. This might seem a little scary, as the irreversible changes caused by puberty are something that those patients likely want to avoid. However, treatment with puberty blockers at that time will put you back to Tanner Stage 1, which is prepubescent. So all this really does is make sure a child isn't taking medication they don't need until they need it. Puberty blockers can also be started at a later time, though they won't turn back the clock all the way if a child has begun endogenous puberty. It's also possible to stop someone's periods without puberty blockers and without starting testosterone. And no points for guessing this one because it can be extremely similar, in some cases identical, to hormonal birth control. Doctors can also initiate hormone therapy after evaluating the patient and obtaining informed consent. Rather than giving an adult dose, they'll probably try to mimic the course of puberty by ramping up levels over time. There you have it. All the questions we could think of to answer regarding gender-affirming hormone therapy. There's one final option I'd like to discuss, and that's not going on HRT at all. Because our bodies don't have to be medicalized. Your transition should be whatever you want it to be, and if that's never touching hormones or surgery, you're perfect. And I love it.
I actually really like that they added that in at the end. I like that.
There's also the fact that cultures all over the world have had all different kinds of ways to understand gender long before we invented this modern medical technology. They were and are totally valid without it. Still, we hope that this has been helpful for everyone who does want to learn more about gender.
I'm really hoping that at the end of this video, at some point in this video, I think content ID. No. Damn it. It's all good, guys. It's all good. It's all good. It's okay. Here, I'm going to play the rest as soon as we get back. Had no idea SciShow was going to copyright strike. Well, again, it's not a copyright strike. It's a DMCA. They're probably going to like demonetize the video, which is totally fine because you guys support my channel. No, this isn't a full copyright strike. It's not a full copyright strike. I will be back. Hold. There we go. They take down Jack the second it hits Pride Month. This is homophobia. This is transphobia. It's okay. We'll be back. We'll be back. Sorry, Unjust One. It will be back, Unjust One. It will be back. It will be back over on YouTube in like, I don't know, a couple minutes. Ienzo, I would love to look at that, but I can't see the link unless it's posted in Riverboat chat or YouTube chat. I'm sorry. Let's see, or you whisper it to a mod. Are we back? Riverboat chat, are we back? What was the big announcement? I'm going to be on the front page of Twitch for the next year. Welcome back. All right, we're back. We're back, baby. Guys, no, there's a big difference between a copyright strike and just being pinged by Content ID. If Content ID pings you while you're streaming, it just takes it moves your stream to like a black screen. I am okay. Everything is fine. We got pinged by Content ID, which means that the revenue from like the ads of this stream, which I don't run ads on YouTube, go towards SciShow. But it's not a DMCA strike. There's a big difference between those two. Plus, I feel like I was doing fair use there, so I feel like arguably I could make that claim. But that's why it's very important for you guys to support stream with subs, donos, and memberships. It's why I'm able to not like be really sad that we just spent an hour going through this video and talking about it and discussing it, and suddenly I just don't have any income. No Fortress arc? We're still on the Fortress arc, Brianna Huffman. It's just there's a big difference between what a Content ID ping is and a copyright strike. Those are two very, very different things. If you get a copyright strike, that moves your channel towards deletion. If you get Content ID claimed, that's just the AI algorithm of the website saying, "Hey, we think this is other people's content," and regardless of whether you're using it in fair use or not, they do that, or they siphon off revenue from the video. It happens a lot on my stream. Just doesn't happen usually while I'm live. So we're okay. We're okay, everybody. We're okay. This seems like fair use to me. Yeah, but the issue is their AI algorithms can't tell the difference between fair use and non-fair use, you know? And making an appeal to fair use, if I really wanted to like make an issue of it, could go all the way to court. Like I can dispute it, and then SciShow's people look at the dispute and decide whether or not they want to deny my dispute, and then if I want to take it farther than that, I have to take it to court. So that's, and generally I don't want to do that. Let's finish the last literally 15 seconds of audio on this video.
Affirming hormone treatments. If you have more questions, feel free to throw them in the comments, and we'll see you next time.
Oh, okay. Cool. So I would just say about that video that I think it should have had a line at the beginning or the end about how this is a starting point. It was kind of funny. I think it should have had a line about how this was a starting point. You know? Because it's obviously a lot more complicated than that.
Here's a little something to start off the BWA.
Ashley, thank you so much for the incredibly generous 15 tier 1 subs. My goodness. The BWA energy is off the charts. Thank you so goddamn much.
You can get around content ID by mirroring the video.
Yeah, but I don't want to do that for every single video that I do. But thank you for the $5 dono. There are some cases where, like, I know it might be a good idea, like for debates, like covering presidential debates. But other than that, generally I just want to avoid covering content that's going to ping me like that. I feel like most people don't well, yeah, I mean, like, when XQC is out there, like, adding 5 seconds of dialogue to a 30-minute long thing. Yeah, I think a lot of people don't have a good grasp on fair use. So awesome that my birthday month is also Pride Month. Oh, happy Jazz Dog Appreciation Month, everybody. I impulse purchased an iPad Pro. I'm not going to sub, but I still love you. Well, you know what? That's okay. I hope you enjoy your new iPad Pro. Fucking sue the shit out of Hank. Nah, Hank's great. I love Hank Green. Okay, just to go over the problems as I see it with that video. In some cases, there was incomplete information, largely because of its primarily US-centric focus. I think that caused a number of problems with the video, and its information delivery or choices in what information to deliver. And on top of that, I think that there is another problem with the video, and that's basically it's generalized info, and it kind of doesn't make that clear. Really, I think it needed more the script needed to hit that it's generalized info, that of course people's bodies are going to respond differently to different medications, and that this should only be considered a starting point in your research into these topics. Because, like, what they're trying to do here in this video is put together kind of a primer for what HRT is and what it does, to explain to folks who have had no experience with trans people before. Which, I know it's really easy to forget, especially online where, like, all trans people know one another. But, like, guys, most people in America think that they have never met a trans person. You know? most people in America walk like there are still people in America who think they've never met a gay person, you know? Like they think like gay people are like a novelty who don't like exist in their town or their city. Yeah, and that's the thing. They think that. Of course it's not actually true. Of course they're surrounded by gays and, you know, trans people all the time, but they don't have any knowledge of that, you know? Like they think that they're like almost like storybook creatures, you know, like gnomes or you know, unicorn dragon fairies. I don't know. It's just I think that we tend to think a lot of people know a lot more about this topic than they actually do. And so this is for people who come in with almost no knowledge. Who I think honestly, in my mind, and this is me again, very much giving SciShow the benefit of the doubt, because I think this was made with only good intentions. A lot of people I think this video is made for people to come in with the level of knowledge about trans people that I had when my only exposure to trans people's existence was the Maori Show and Jerry Springer, you know? Where like trans women were like trotted out like zoo animals to be like gawked at. You know, like that's and like if that's your only exposure to like trans people, you and you're like, oh, HRT is the magic medicine they're put on. It's scary and dangerous. This video is for people who think that, you know, who have no idea how it actually works and just know that trans people are this nebulous thing that exist. I mean, hell, most people don't even know that like the whole stuff that they were taught in middle school about DNA and chromosomes is woefully outdated as like a way of understanding how like genetics and sex work, you know? Yeah, Goblin City Band, me too. And it is definitely getting better. You can see it in like the shows made for like teenagers. You can even see it in like the books that are being like put out in bookstores for kids. You know? It's getting so much better out there than it used to be for us. Like I was talking with my partner the other day and she made the point that Sailor Moon in the 90s was really the only show that had gay characters on it that was for like kids, you know, like teens and kids. You know, it had gay villains, it had cousins who were just lesbians. Like that was it. That was it. That was literally it. And even in that case, they tried their damnedest to dub it all out. Steven Universe kind of helped me figure out I was queer, not gonna lie. Yeah, and honestly, it helps so much to have that representation, to let you know that these things are possibilities. Nintendo censored the Paper Mario 2004 game because there was a trans character. Yeah. Yeah, it was literally not acceptable to have like a trans character in things. They called Bridget for years like a cross-dresser, and only like in the last 2 years we're like, yeah, Bridget's a trans girl. You know? So I think that this video's biggest issue is that it's not comprehensive. But I also don't necessarily think that it was setting out to be that. I think it was setting out to be something very different. And all of the issues we raised throughout the video, I think, are very valid to criticize this video on. But I think we need to criticize while keeping in mind what the intent of the video was, if that makes sense. It definitely could have been better. Wasn't Birdo in Super Mario Bros. 2 LGBT? Yeah, kind of. Kind of. I don't know. Like, it's some of the stories from like early video games, I never know exactly how much to like put credence in them. For example, you know, I like to say that Samus Aran from the Metroid games is a trans woman because one of the early strategy guides said that, like, called her a new half, which was is now an offensive term for trans woman. So like, you know, but is that canonical? Would Nintendo even say it was canonical if it was? I don't know. Not gonna lie, when I was younger, I always felt close to Kirby because I always felt Kirby was genderless. I mean, yeah. I mean, Kirby is genderless. He's just a pink blob, really. I don't think Kirby can even. Kirby's a babby, you know. Quasi-Spec, thank you for the tier 1 sub. You are 1 month away from hitting 3 years subscribed to my channel. That's crazy. I guess I just don't... When it comes to Birdo, I don't feel... As a trans woman, I don't feel particularly represented by Birdo because, frankly, let's be real, Birdo doesn't really show up that much. And when Birdo does show up, Birdo is an antagonist who doesn't really say words. I just, you know, it's kind of... To me, it's kind of like you have a dog in a movie and you say it's a trans dog. You know, it has a bow on its head, but it was you know, born male or something. I don't see. I'm sure some people get a lot out of Birdo. I don't mean to trash the Birdo fandom. I'm just, for me personally, it doesn't do anything for me. Hello, Puffin Joe. How you doing? Hope you're recovering well from your surgery. Also, I finally remembered to uncheck sponsored content on the Twitch stream. So just as an FYI, there isn't any sponsored content in today's stream, and there hasn't been for like the last several days. Also, the only sponsors I have today are you fine folks. So thank you very much to those of you who have supported stream today. I very, very much appreciate it. Thank you, Quasi-Spec. Thank you, Catalina Gearbox. Thank you, OS Crane. Thank you, Very Knifey Duck. Thank you, Kiona Shadow Dancer. Thank you, Elby. Thank you, Ashley, Jay Curtis. So far, the leader of the pack when it comes to supporting stream today. My God. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you folks. Let's see. Was it back from the AFK game? It was back from the AFK game. I just totally forgot that I had checked sponsored content. Puffin Joe, thank you for the 5 gifted subs over on Twitch. I appreciate that so goddamn much. Thank you. This program was made possible by viewers like you. Thank you. How much to buy a controlling interest in Jack's left pinky? 100 subs. I showed my dad Skibbity Biden and he belly laughed at it. I have not seen Skibbity Biden, but I think if I show that, I'm gonna get DMCA'd like instantaneously by the Colbert Report. Your dad does sound like a good egg, Jazz Dog. Catalina Gearbox, thank you for resubscribing over on Twitch and kicking off a hype train. Y'all, let's get a little swifty. Let's get a little swifty up in here.
In the heart of the stream where the currents flow, there's a red-haired captain with a radiant glow. Riverboat Jack with her eyes so bright.
Salmon Moose.
Find and grown asterisk SCONSORS.
The O's. The O's.
Have some Bezos bucks.
Catalina Gearbox, thank you for the Prime over on Twitch, and thank you for being subscribed for 3 years. My God. Brianna Huffman, we have a number of stream theme songs. This one, Forlorn79 asked if they could make an AI song based on the channel, and I said sure. And they kind of came back with a banger. I'm not gonna lie. I have no idea how this tech works, but. Is there anywhere I can hear them? This one's over on Forlorn79's channel on YouTube. This is the 34 Conviction Hype Train, people. Let's go! I kind of want someone to do like a stripped down, like acoustic version of this song. It's true, you guys have the Riverboaters emote. Jazz Dog, I feel the same. Socialist Malachi, thank you for the 100 bits. Did someone say strip it down? Yes, I would like a human version of that song. That would be even so much better. It'd be so cool. But where is your riverboat? Sailing up and down the Mississippi, of course. Also, Jazz Dog, I'm sorry I made you say it. Let's see. Here's I do want to point out, because I always play this at the very, very, very beginning of stream. This is Riverboat Nocturne. I commissioned this from a musician named Alex Van Aken, and I quite like it. Maybe Sweet Myths might be able to cover it. I mean, only if they'd want to, Like I feel so weird asking, Yeah, I like this one. It's for the calm, evenings, sailing down the river. Just have to ask. MIDI is my love language, that's all I know. Well, Jazz Dog, I think you're amazing. You have a good night, okay? Hello, Lady Domina. How you doing? We're hype training right now. Folks, we all love Jazz Dog, don't we? Tried to gift the sub, but it wouldn't take my card for some reason. That's alright, Haruko. As long as a sub continues to live in the hearts and minds of the people in chat, that's all that really matters. Wait, isn't Jazz Dog the one who made the Vosh non-compete Luna Oi thing? Yep. Gonna leave us with a bun? I'll take a look at it. Look at his little hat. Oh my god, look at his little hat. Delightful. 10 out of 10 bun. My goodness. Oh my god. Who keeps brumming me? Brum brum. Oh, thanks YouTube for emailing me about a live stream interruption. I hadn't noticed. Thanks. This is a very chill stream tonight. It is. It might be about to get a little less chill, but you know, it's been chill so far. All right. So, I did want to open with just some like fun stuff tonight. Nice, Catalina. Here, I figured I would share this with you because I just think it's brilliant. All right, I just think it's brilliant. This is so great.
My sister said I look good and could pass easily in my new skirt and top. Sharing the joy.
Dragonfly, thank you for the $25 dono and congratulations on the gender euphoria. That is an incredible feeling, and I hope you feel proud of yourself. You know, it's hard in this world where everything's so difficult for trans folks to just hold on to that spark of joy. So hold on to it as long as you can. Believe it or not, that's revolutionary. All right. So there's been a trend on social media of posting the nastiest read you've ever seen someone give. And this video from TikTok came across my feed from Saya Meads, and it's legendary.
Get promoted. Do not switch up on your day ones. My last job, we had a self-running system. Numbers were great. Reviews were wheezy F baby. My coworker gets promoted. We're excited for her. We take her out to eat. We want to celebrate. Did you know that within the week, she calling meetings? The most egregious meeting she calls is about bathroom usage. Says she been watching the cameras and noticed that on average, we go to the bathroom about 10, 15 minutes at a time. I'm confused because I've never seen somebody calculate the mean, median, and mode of a dookie. I raise my hand. I say, Are we on reports, or is overtime usage high? She says no, then had the nerve to get mad at me when I called her a two-ply spy. A doo-doo detective? You don't have a criminal justice degree. We looked at this job together, and I know they did not ask for 2 to 3 years of experience on being an ass avenger. You chose that. She says, disciplinary action will be taken if we don't reel in the bathroom breaks. I said, disciplinary action? Didn't know they asked you to be the piss police. On poo patrol. No turd too big, no dookie too small. That's you. You proud of that? You and your friends, you and your homies, behind the cameras forming secret societies, watching people go to the toilet. Y'all the potty Illuminati. Some albino bandits. Restroom renegades. Would you believe she walked me out?
God, dude. It's so good. It's so good. Also, yeah, don't listen to that lady's manager, okay? Poop on company time, okay? Boss makes the dollar, I make a dime. That's why I poop on company time. Let's go. The potty Illuminati, I broke. Oh my god, dude. It's so good. My wife got lectured by one of her bosses for using the bathroom too much. She was like, do you want me to go to the bathroom or in the cash register? Her boss shut up. Yeah, like, oh, what? You don't want me to use the bathroom? Because I guess I could shit myself. Is that going to reflect well in the company? Oh my god. Incredible stuff. I found a number of just like cool stuff that I wanted to share with you guys today. Like for example, guys, I don't know what you guys had in store for 2024. I certainly didn't have a Peacemaker isekai. That's Peacemaker from the DC superhero lineup. Like this Peacemaker is getting his own isekai show.
無能な味方は死んだ方がいい。使命の邪魔だ。平和のために課せられた任務とあらばこなすまで。顔が割れると任務に支障が出るからな。お前たちに恐怖や痛みに屈しない正義があるかお前のような奴がいるから平和が訪れないのだ。平和を乱すのは誰だ
that is all I know about it from that trailer, man. Yeah, he along with the rest of the Suicide Squad wind up in an isekai fantasy world. Which is kind of wonderful. That's kind of wonderful as far as like concepts melding two universes I never thought would touch tips into one. God, no, it's I think it's Harley Quinn and Peacemaker. Like it's a whole Suicide Squad isekai. Like all of the Suicide Squad die in a mission and get isekai to a fantasy world. God, dude. It's literally just called Suicide Squad Isekai. Amazing stuff. 10 out of 10. Also, I just wanted to share this because it just kind of looks neat. Again, sometimes I just come across like cool things I want to share with you guys. This is a game, and it looks really sweet. Like I get old school, not old school, but like GameCube era action platformer. Yeah, it's just a cute game. Fading Skies. Apparently it's on Kickstarter. And the first demo went live, so I don't know, check out Fading Skies. Is this the dress up game? I wish it was the dress up game. Apparently there have been like no updates about that dress up open world game, and that makes me very sad. All right. Now, a couple of things about this next one. I have a serious point to make and then a not so serious point.
If you had 24 hours with me and I couldn't say no, what would we do?
Can I just say I hate this trend? Cuz like the implication is like sexual assault, right? Like that's what the framing of it is, which is why you have to say like, and I couldn't say no. Like I hate it so much, but I love where this video in particular goes.
Since we have 24 hours, it's going to give us just enough time to learn how to do the Raging Demon shortcut. So normally when you do the Raging Demon, it is light punch, forward, light kick, and heavy punch. That is 5 actions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? So it looks like this. Alright? So I'm going to show you the easy way, the shortcut. It's going to be only 3 actions. So it's light punch, and then forward, light kick, and heavy punch all at the same time. So it looks like this. 1, 2, 3, okay? So allow me to demonstrate.
This is Street Fighter.
Alright? Now give it a try.
If you had 24 hours...
I'm not gonna lie, I have always been so terrible at fighter games like Street Fighter, but that tutorial was really insightful and useful. My god. Yeah, that was some real king shit. Like sharing useful real world skills. Amazing stuff. Amazing. All right, and I also wanted to share this with you because I think it's just this is just good, and frankly, I would absolutely pay full theater ticket prices to go see this film. All right, you guys are not prepared.
I am sorry, Mr. Tupperworth, but this is the 1960s. Finding work at your age is like finding a song that's not by the Beatles.
Closures continue to cripple this part of the north or possibly Wales.
There must be something we can do. I'm only 99. 99 pints in, more like.
You seen this? Another bloody Apollo mission. Well, I'll be reading papers.
Did you just say space?
Not specifically, no.
You can't fly rockets. Oh, because I'm old? Yes. And you can't read? Mr. Tupperworth, in this town they make doilies and asbestos. They don't lead missions to Mars. Stars, suns. You've got 2 suns here. Doesn't everyone deserve a chance to fly? I can't believe I'm having underqualified.
Shoot for the moon. Because even if you miss, you'll end up in the ocean. And on fire.
I'm going nowhere near Uranus, thank you very much.
You know, you really are a silly Here, Dad, do you think they'd do Guinness on the moon?
Ed Jones UK, or if you're feeling a bit spicy, that's Ed Jones Suck on TikTok. You know, I don't know how the British pronounce it. I apologize. Very talented though. I very much enjoyed that. I like British comedy. That was fabulous, wasn't it though? Had to go share the potty Illuminati lady with my son. Wow. Awesome, Lady Domina. There was literally a TV show on this, and it was about putting a friend's ashes in space. Really? How does free Palestine exist when the Muslims killed the Romans in order to get Palestine? Isn't that Islamic colonization? Just as an FYI, the Romans didn't originally have that land either. They killed the Egyptians. So, I mean, we can play this game all day. The ancient Egypt. Look up some maps of ancient Egypt and the extent of their empire. It's wild stuff. That's all facts. The Roman Empire occupied Palestine before the Muslims. Yeah, you know who else occupied Palestine before the Romans? Ooh, you know what? This one might be more your speed. Here, let's open this up. Here we go. Here we go. So this is a coloring done by a child. As you can see, this is a map of ancient Egypt, and look at this whole area, the land of Canaan, or Canaan. Look at that giant phallic-shaped outcrop of empire. That was from the New Kingdom era of ancient Egypt. Now, if you look up the timing of the New Kingdom, ancient Egypt, the time period we're looking at is 1550 to 1070 BC. So for a period of roughly 500 years, over 1,000 years before the birth of Christ. That's so crazy. Anyway, this all feels completely irrelevant to anything. So, but thanks for giving me the opportunity to break out this fun child map. I hope it was helpful. It seems to fit your intellect. And also, fun fact, Abydos is in the fictional world of Stargate, where they find the original Stargate that is able to connect them to a place called Abydos, a planet that they name after where the Stargate was found. I believe that is the case. I might be wrong about where they found the Stargate, but it does link to a planet that they eventually call Abydos. Anyway, Stargate SG-1 is a good show, and you should all watch it. It's at least 10 seasons of solid sci-fi. Man, we haven't even I would take it as a favor. Like, if you're a conservative, hate watching my show or whatever, that's totally fine. That's your prerogative. I would just say you should maybe wait until we actually get to the portion of the stream about Gaza. We haven't even talked about it yet. I thought the Stargate was in Iraq. That's why we invaded. Yes. Well, the Stargate conspiracy is that Iraq has been hiding interdimensional portals underneath their palaces that the United States military found out about and invaded the country. That is an actual, honest to God conspiracy that real, actual people believe. Unfortunately. Big if true, right? Big if true. All right, now this one goes out to all the chuds out there, and I just find it very funny. I was banned from my last payment processor this morning. After talking once again to customer service to verify it wasn't a mistake, I was told again to simply make a new account under a different email. Shortly after, my newest account was locked, so now my funds are on hold. Again. I'm a 24-year-old veteran with 4.4K followers that can't get payment processing or a job because I talk about the Jews. That should tell you everything you need to know. You know, that's weird because I occasionally talk about the Jews on my show, but weirdly enough, my payment processing continues to work. I wonder if it has anything to do with how you're talking about this group. You know what? Let's take a look at a clip of this guy talking on his show. Let's
you know what comes up?
What was this guy up? What is this guy up to?
I can never do anything else again. I am, you know. I mean, nigga, the Vanity fucking Fair wrote about me. You know what I mean? Like, when you fucking look up this shit, when you look up my fucking name, do you know what comes up? Like, bro. You know what fucking comes up? Interracial dating, race realism with Bryson Gray, white nationalist Dalton Clodfelter, Gay is Right college tour Dalton Clodfelter, anti-Semite of the week, Salon.com wrote.
Oh, who is this guy? This guy's a white supremacist neo-Nazi who's currently whining about how he's been banned off of every payment processing service because he cannot stop being a Nazi.
Traditional Catholics and white nationalist Dalton Clodfelter. Kanye West inspired anti-Semitic harassment.
Oh man, when people Google my name, they find out about all the things I say and believe and do. That's really inconvenient. I'll never be able to do anything else. I mean, yeah, it's kind of what it's kind of what being a Nazi does to you. People don't, weirdly enough, people don't want to be friends or do business with Nazis. You know, we a lot of us watched Indiana Jones growing up, and we know the proper way to treat Nazis, especially when close to airplane propellers.
Is Dalton Clodfelter the next Nick Fuentes? Hitler Youth without the Hitler. It's
and honestly, the thing is here, and this is the funniest part. This is why I feel comfortable making fun of people like this. You can always just stop being a Nazi. You could just adjust your worldview. You could just cease to be a Nazi. You could change your mind. Yeah, you could maybe choose not to be a raging asshole, a vibrant piece of shit. You could stop that. That's a choice you make. You get up every day and you're like, I hate people different than my race. and you're old man yelling at cloud at the age of 24, and it's so pathetic, man. Like, you grew up as like a 15-year-old and you got groomed into a hateful ideology. And you were shielded from the consequences of projecting that out into the world because you were a child. And now you're an adult, and it turns out there's actual ramifications for being a hateful bigot. You decided you would build an entire career off of being a hate-filled bigot who believes insane conspiracy theories about Jewish people. And you're suddenly shocked that no one wants anything to do with you because you grew up as a teenager thinking, well, everyone believes this, they're just not brave enough to say it. And it turns out suddenly at the age of 24, you're hitting a brick wall and realizing, oh, everyone else doesn't secretly believe this. Everyone else just genuinely and deeply hates Nazis. That's and instead of having that realization and like changing your ways, you're having that realization and doubling down on being a Nazi. And that's your choice, man. This is entirely self-inflicted. This is like stabbing yourself in the thigh with a knife and being like, why is it bleeding? I don't understand.
It's just endless online. And, you know, I asked for that. I'm not trying to play a victim. I'm
not trying to play a victim, says man currently whining about how payment processors have stopped doing all business with him. Damn, that sucks, Dalton.
I chose this. I wanted to do this. But if it wasn't for you guys, I don't know what the fuck I'd do, man.
You know, you could simply choose not to be what you are anymore, Dalton.
And I really have no idea. Literally have no idea. Nationalism.tv on Reddit, apparently.
God, man, these people are really hateful. Like, they're just genuinely. Why was the Hague trending? Probably something to do with war crimes in Gaza. Honestly, like, legally change your name and stop being a Nazi, bro. Like, dude, step 1, change your name. Step 2, stop streaming white nationalism. Step 3, get an entry-level job someplace and try and pretend you were never a raging Nazi online. God, like, at the very least, you know, I've done a lot of cringy things online. I don't think I have done anything that I need to be ashamed of online, you know? Like, I did like OnlyFans for a while. I stopped. It's not my thing. I'm not ashamed that I did it. You know? Good night, Ashley. Get good sleep. The things I talk about on this channel, sometimes I've been wrong, and I'm happy to update wrong ideas. But I'm not ashamed of anything I've ever said on this show. You know? Maybe a little bit of shame over some of the cringiest things I've done, but there's no shame about any of the statements I've made, you know? Like, do I regret that time for a charity stream where I chugged a packet of extra spicy ramen juice directly from the packet without putting it into the ramen? Yeah, I do regret that. That ate its way through my digestive system and I threw up. But the things I've said, I feel completely comfortable defending for the most part. Whoa, what? Yeah, don't eat the bulldog ramen sauce just directly. That's bad. Give me the clip. I don't know if anyone made a clip at the time. But we did raise like $2,000 or $3,000 for charity. So I felt like you guys earned it. I forgot about that. Yeah, not my finest moment. Concentrated MSG. Okay, here's a hot take. MSG is totally fine and delicious and a great way to reduce the level of sodium in your food. There, I said it. What are my burger opinions? Oh, my burger opinions are perfectly defensible. I think you should make burgers that are good enough to stand on their own based on like patty, bun, and like cheese with some ketchup. Like, if you're adding anything else to your burger, you might be eating a subpar burger, okay? Only because sometimes condiments can overwhelm the actual burger part, the actual like patty, you know? And I'm not a fan of pickles, but like, you know, by all means, have your pickles. By all means. You need to come to Australia. Our burgers and pizzas will blow you away. Wait, what do you guys do to pizzas? What do you guys doing to pizzas down under? That's so revolutionary. Crust, yeah, is the crust on top and the cheese on the bottom? Which, as I say it, kind of sounds like it could be fire. Not gonna lie. A burger needs onion? Nah. I'm really not big on onions, unfortunately. Ketchup? You're subhuman? No, I'm not. You stop it. I need my tomato slice. I can't do like tomato, lettuce. Both those things take a lot away from the burger for me. I still think the white people taco meat is an atrocity. You know what? Don't knock it until you try it, okay? I swear, if you actually try it, if you actually make it, it's delicious. It's so sad. Oh god. Fresh jalapeno slices. I can do like jalapeno, like bacon, stuff like that. My girlfriend and I have a strong aversion to cottage cheese, thanks to both of our moms independently using it in lasagna. Oh, okay. Well, that makes your stance make way more sense to me. Like, if your objection is just that cottage cheese is gross, that yeah, maybe it's not for you. You bought cottage cheese for tacos this week? You've influenced me? Amber Brains, let me know how it goes. Also, shout out to oh god, what channel is it? Yes.
I'm not kidding.
Okay, guys. So I got the recipe for this breakfast burrito. Sorry, not for this breakfast burrito. For the taco meat that I made for you guys from this video. The breakfast burrito that changed my life. If you guys want a recipe that recreates the taco meat that I made, it is in the description of the video. He also has a really, really good recipe for tortillas that you can make from scratch. I recommend that. And you can you can choose to make it with eggs or not. But they do make really good breakfast burritos. I'm going to link this in chat. Well, so Marina, you got to melt down the cottage cheese, and if you want, you can throw in like some spinach, or you can throw in some kale to make it a bit healthier. But then you add in like chili powder, paprika, onion powder, garlic powder, cumin, oregano, some black pepper, and a little bit of salt, and basically it's incredible. Did I post? Yes, I did. Okay. What kind of burger do you think Kirby eat, though? I mean, I think Kirby eat all the burger. Kirby does not discriminate. Sounds delicious? It's so delicious. Like, it's like a good go-to. Like, if you just make, like, a can of refried beans, you throw a little bit of, like, garlic, cumin, and, like, adobo in there. You get some beans, you get the turkey meat, you get like a hot tortilla with some sour cream, you get a little bit of salsa on that. 10 out of 10 experience. Yeah, throw in some human, yeah. Love me some adobo. Yeah, the Goya adobo is life-changing. Megos Informaticus. The 93/7% is just the 7% fat. You can get different fat content for your meat. So like if you can get like a 99% to 1% fat ratio, like a 1% of it is fat, 99% of it is the turkey. You can get leaner cuts, but you want a little bit of moisture in there as you're cooking it up. Never failed to make me hungry. I'm sorry, Rhombus. It was just really good. And it does make very good burritos. Like, and I have made it with the kale before. Kale is good. I think it might be better with spinach, frankly. And this guy's channel, Ethan Paff, specializes in like meal prep. So specifically, this is supposed to be a meal that you can like make like at the beginning of the week or on the weekend, and then you can freeze these burritos, and then you just have them in the morning. You can have like 1 or 2 of them in the morning. They're 10 out of 10 experiences. Then you wrap them, then you freeze them. It's great. That is not how I do it. I probably should meal prep, but it's just not my thing yet. Been looking into meal prep ideas. I would recommend. He's got some good recipes on there. Bok choy is better. I'll have to look into that. Oh, Haruko, I'm Minnesota. It is 12:02. Ooh, I wonder if that means we're on the front page. Are we on the front page? Did that happen? Does it happen at like a certain time tomorrow? Oh, you know what? It might happen when West Coast hits midnight. Bok choy holds onto the crunch better. Then I probably wouldn't go with bok choy. I don't like the crunch element. Cheshire Cat, I would absolutely put on glasses, but I don't have them with me. I'm sorry. My poor eyes are just getting a bit tired. Are we just asking for your stances on things? I mean, so, I guess at the moment, yeah. Tupac or Biggie? Tupac. But also I like missed out on like the entire era of like music growing up. So like I know nothing about music prior to when I was like, I don't know, 18 maybe. I know very, very little, and I mostly listen to show tunes. So yeah. Kendrick or Drake? Kendrick, right? That's the correct answer. How do I feel about blue jeans? Excellent fabric, very durable, very versatile. Very uncomfortable for me in particular as I've been going through my transition, but I want to start embracing blue jeans again so I can support the humble American blue jean farmer. Drake is a bad toucher? Yeah. Apparently my partner once saw Drake in public and publicly embarrassed him. And you know what? That was a good move. She was ahead of the curve. Is that because you grew up religious? Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Tell us more. What? Because Drake was on Degrassi, right? Like that's where Drake came from. Yeah, I'm thinking of the right guy, right? No, tell us more about your love of show tunes. Oh, I'd be happy to. Okay, he was from Degrassi. Yeah, he played a character called Jimmy on Degrassi, and Jimmy winds up in a wheelchair, and my partner thought that happened because the actor couldn't walk anymore after an accident, and so she saw Drake walking around in New York, and just shouted, "Oh shit, Jimmy can walk!" And then he looked sad. She was genuinely surprised. I love my partner so much, guys. She's the best. Oh my OMG, I forgot that was the same person. Yeah. What's the best island? I don't have top tier islands. I grew up listening to my parents' LPs and 8-tracks, and my tastes changed the year my sister sent me a mixtape from the college radio station she worked at. Yeah. Wait, Degrassi, like the 80s show? Yeah, like the 80s show. Who would win in a cage match, Ben Shabibo or Tim Pool? Honestly, I think I'd give it to Ben Shapiro. I think Tim would not be taking it seriously, and Ben would just go for the eyes. He would say something cryptic like, you know, Tim, they say the eyes are the portal to a man's soul. I own your soul now. Something like that. Hypothetically speaking. Let's see. Favorite musicals. Man of La Mancha. I always loved Man of La Mancha. Very specifically one. I think it was like at the time, like growing up, it was like the 25th anniversary of Man of La Mancha soundtrack. And I also had a soft spot for Les Miserables because, of course, I got to go see it at a local theater in Minneapolis when I was growing up, and the stage like literally transformed, like a transformer. The barricade set like would shift and move and like spin around. It was gorgeous. It was such a gorgeous performance. Good night, Kiona. Get good sleep. And yeah, I don't know. I've just always really liked musicals. I don't really know what to say. There's so much joy in Singing in the Rain. I wish it wasn't protected by copyright, because the pure visceral performance of the scene in the film where they perform what's it called? Make 'em Laugh is just 10 out of 10. It's some of the best physical comedy I've ever seen in my life. Look, I love The Music Man. Am I excited for the Minecraft movie? I have no idea what that even means. That makes me nervous. I liked My Fair Lady. I think that's great. It doesn't have great songs per se. I like the film a lot. I actually watched Singing in the Rain in film class last year. It was fun. Yeah. Also, in keeping with our pride theme, Singing in the Rain is considered like one of the like to have some incredibly strong queer subtext, specifically between the characters Cosmo Brown and the main guy character played by Gene Kelly. Also, like, I have a real soft spot for like the movies with Fred Astaire and Ginger Rogers. Like seeing those two dance together is magical. There's so much joy in the body movements. It's incredible. It's so good. What was with the interpretive dance sequence in the middle of the Singing in the Rain? They're basically just pitching a movie. They're trying to be edgy. It is what it is. Singing in the Rain with Sunset Boulevard? Yeah, I can see that. I totally regret asking about show tunes. I'm sorry. You can't just ask me about show tunes like that. It's a dangerous topic, guys. And if I was in my own apartment, I might start singing them, but I don't want to wake up folks in this house. Okay. We have actually not covered a single topic that I plan to get to in this stream other than the fun things that we already talked about. We are now 2.5 hours in, folks. And we will be continuing on, but if you've been enjoying the stream so far, please hit the follow button on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and also consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs and donos. I need to go use the bathroom, but I will be back. And when I get back, we are going to be talking about the new situation unfolding in Ukraine. Some good news, I think. And we will also be talking about some other good news, maybe, regarding Biden introducing a roadmap of sorts towards a lasting peace agreement. That sounds maybe rosier than it is, but we'll talk about it. We'll go into it. It'll be a good discussion, and we will also talk about. Remember how I remember how we did a story about how a Supreme Court justice named Samuel Alito, his wife apparently was putting up upside down American flags to show support for January 6th. And well, that the plot of that story has now thickened, I think, considerably. And we'll be talking about that. But we'll be talking about it when I get back. I need to poop so badly. BRB.
pretend. It's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. Oh, and he plays pretend. It's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. And he plays pretend. It's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. What does the fascists say when the lies are sold in spades? They say they need our civil rights while we work hard and die. When the guy they defend the genocide, they have said they cleanse their soul by making sure your tale is never told. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rhymes, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are truth they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear into the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're a me. To exist as far as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. They thought they could make you hide, disappear right before their eyes, and no man says to me, here come the 40 thieves, riding into battle, wrath and power, this is stopping me. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rise, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are truth they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear to the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're on me. To exist as far as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You are truth they wish they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear to the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're on me. To exist as far as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise.
In the heart of the stream where the currents flow, there's a red-haired captain with a radiant glow. Riverboat Jack with her eyes so bright navigates the waters, chasing dreams in the night. She talks of games and battles won, and fights for rights until they're won. With her partner by her side, they sail the waves they won't abide. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yarn and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or oh mommy in her unique way. We'll politics, socialism, her flag unfurled. In her world, all voices are heard. With all curls and glasses on, she blows a kiss, her strength is strong. Her favorite tune she'll sing along, and in her laughter we all belong. Get in the ring with bold, hear her laughter sway. With every yarn and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or oh mommy in her unique way. Riverboat Jack leading the way. Riverboat Jack leading the way. BWA, the sound of joy as she sails through, no one can destroy. With love and courage, she sets sail. Riverboat Jack, never to fail. Get in the riverboat, hear her laughter sway. With every yarn and booger, it's a playful day. She'll say daddy or mommy in her unique way. Riverboat Jack leading the way. So come aboard, let's sail the stream. With Riverboat Jack, it's a vibrant dream. In the world we're all free to play. Get in the
Hello, everybody. How we all doing? Nah, Rhombus, we need to get more members, and then I'll be able to add more emotes. Hello. And Rhombus, thank you for becoming a member over on YouTube. I appreciate that. Hell yes. Thank you to everyone who's supported stream today. Y'all have been really, really, really wonderful. Thanks for still being here, folks. Very, very good. Just waiting for my meds to kick in. Hell yes. Get those meds, girl. Let's see. Welcome, and I appreciate you. Hell yeah. Instead of top 5 islands, how about top 5 peninsulas? Number 1, Florida. Number 2, Alaska. Number 3, Italy. Number 4, the entire nation of Japan. Number 5. Florida again. There we go. Nailed it. Guys, let's see how much energy I have in the tank. I am getting hit by the sleepy. Now, folks, just as a little reminder, I have a bunch of content planned for today. And I've been really trying my best to not give in to being to being driven by spite for some of my coverage. But I think I might need to make an exception for a couple of individuals. One being a certain Jonathan Haidt. If you guys might recall, I remember being so irritated by him being brought up incessantly by, libs and conservatives as like this pop psych icon, that I bought one of his books, and The Righteous Mind. And I'm going to sit down and finally dig into that book. And because I've been watching a few of his lectures, and he seems to... I'm not entirely sure how to say this. He seems to believe that phones are the root of all evil. And I'm only being slightly hyperbolic. Archangel Decab, the best I can describe him as is basically a slightly more academically defensible version of Jordan Peterson. That's essentially what he seems to be getting set up as, to me, as like an outside observer here. A lot of people kind of treat him as a leading figure who is able to kind of understand the youth and make sense of all the trends and patterns we're seeing in these crazy technologically dominated times. I would call him a discount Steven Pinker. Yeah, that'd probably be correct. Yeah. But I see him getting mainstreamed like Jordan Peterson. Like he's getting folded into that same pipeline in a way that I find a bit disturbing. And so I want to do a little bit of a deep dive on him at some point. I actually like put together a whole ass segment about him. But it might I think that might frankly I think it might take an entire stream to talk about. The other person that, driven by spite, I might dedicate an entire stream to is one wealthy tech millionaire. Like he's almost a billionaire, named Balaji Srinivasan. I'm probably pronouncing it wrong. Who is basically considered this Silicon Valley shaman. But I think the most accurate thing to call him would be a Silicon Valley fascist shaman. He has a lot of ideas of how to found an entirely new country in a new style of government called the networked state. And look, all I'm going to say is that when we finally do this segment on Balaji, we're going to start with a speech he gave in 2013 for Y Combinator, I believe. But then we're going to move into a couple of interviews he's done over the years. One being a two-part interview that is a combined 6 hours long. And the other being an interview with Lex Friedman that is, I shit you not, almost 8 hours long. And he did this a year ago. Dude, like, just straight out, like, he just straight up lays out his plan to, like, dismantle, like, democracy. You know, it's crazy, but it's more socially acceptable because he calls it like visionary. He calls it a tech mogul plan, you know? He doesn't call it a tech mogul plan. I just am sleepy and butchered my words. But the thing is, guys, what I've noticed more and more are these crypto fascists and slippery, slimy dudes hiding behind their long-windedness as like a defense mechanism. You know, it's why Jordan Peterson like does 3-hour-long shows these days. And I'm only exaggerating slightly. You know, it's so that it's so impossible to go through the entire thing. And so, you know what? I want to go through to really understand who this guy is. Because I think it's kind of important, because when it comes to Balaji Srinivasan, he is the guy putting ideas into the heads of folks like Peter Thiel, you know, one of the wealthiest people on the planet. And Balaji Srinivasan has stated that his goal is to ethnically cleanse San Francisco. So, you know, like, it's bit of an odd duck, that one, and I think we should probably pay attention to what he's talking about and what he's saying, because it winds up getting the things he winds up saying wind up getting funded by these billionaires in Silicon Valley, because they believe in what he has to say, because they want to set themselves up as little fascist dictators. They believe they are the meritorious inheritors of the earth. Foxbat, yes, Balaji Srinivasan is the gray shirts guy who talked giddily about a gray shirt movement in San Francisco marching arm in arm with the police. And I think you can kind of tell where that is going. But we're gonna do a deep dive into that particular brand of fascism that is struggling to become in vogue at the moment. Gray shirts. Honestly, Snoogan, it's going way too much in depth for us to get into this, and I do not have it in me right now to do like a 12-hour deep dive into this guy. But rest assured, I want to, and it's coming. And you would be correct in your assumption. The gray shirts in his hypothetical thought experiment are indeed basically Nazis. Let's see here. Anyway, we're not going to cover that tonight. What else we got? We got the bunny. That bunny is cute. We got the ancient Egypt map. Okay, I don't think I had anything else to add here. Let's talk a little bit about Russia and Ukraine. Are you guys ready? You guys ready for a little bit of a serious topic? A topic change here? Let's get into it, shall we? So, folks, there's been a conflict going for a little while now called the Russia-Ukraine War. It involves a country called Russia invading a country called Ukraine. And it's been going on for a while now. And one of the things that has been a sticking point for the Ukrainians has been that essentially a lot of the aid has been conditioned. Something that the United States is all too happy to do for Ukraine, by the way, but seems anathema to doing when it comes to other countries around the world, but I digress. And one of the conditions placed on the military aid being provided to Ukraine is essentially that they are not allowed to use the military equipment being given to them in order to strike within Russia. So meaning that the equipment being provided is only allowed to target Russian troops, vehicles, bases, fortifications, etc., that are built within Ukraine, which makes it quite difficult to actually strike back at, the support structure that is allowing for the ongoing invasion of Ukraine. And that presents a bit of a problem because, frankly, the Russians have really been banking on the fact that Ukraine has been fighting with a hand tied behind its back. It has led to, frankly, Russia being able to seize more land than Ukraine liberated in 2023. So Russia has been slowly, taking more and more land out of Ukraine. They've been able to make small gains. You can kind of see here where a lot of the fighting has been. It's been up in the Kharkiv region. Tens of thousands of civilians have had to flee from the area around Kharkiv, and it's not great right now, folks. Bakhmut, again, down in the south here in Donetsk, was the site of some incredibly violent conflict. And yeah, Russia breaking through in the north is not good news for Ukraine. However, here's the good news, okay? Oh my God. U.S. President Joe Biden permits Ukraine's offensive strikes inside Russia with American munitions. Now, this is a big deal, folks, because to really hammer this home, in the simplest possible terms, the United States makes things that shoot a really long way. But Ukraine hasn't been allowed to shoot them a really long way. Until today. essentially. Basically, Joe Biden has now untied the hand from behind Ukraine's back. So, under the new directive, Ukraine is permitted to retaliate against Russian forces or targets located near Kharkiv using weaponry supplied by the United States. Quote, the president recently directed his team to ensure that Ukraine is able to use U.S.-supplied weapons to counter fire purposes in Kharkiv so Ukraine can hit back at Russian forces, hitting them or preparing to hit them, one official said, according to CNN. However, this has been strictly confined to the vicinity of Kharkiv, basically to try and push back the Russian advance into Ukraine. There are no plans to expand beyond that. However, you all know that conflict does not tend to be that neat. Doesn't tend to be that organized. And this, I think, is a new era, because this is going to allow them to strike behind enemy lines with, well, frankly, just to give you an example, long-range, they're called ATACMS, ATACMS missiles, which have a range of 200 miles. So they have the technology to hit behind Russian lines in order to break up or destabilize these advances. And they haven't been able to use them in that way yet. Yeah, 200 miles is real nice. And this is coinciding with an expansion of Ukraine's drone warfare against Russia. And I do need to point out, even though Russia has been gaining territory, here you can see, here's another map provided by the Washington Post. You can see that there have been minor gains along the front. And just keep in mind, when there are minor gains along the front, that means that there's been significant penetration of defenses. You know, every minor gain you get at the front allows you to, you know, has the possibility of a full breakthrough. So this is all very interesting, I think. However, it's basically putting Russia in a real bad spot, because basically they were really banking on the fact that Ukraine wouldn't be able to get resupplied in time to really stop a Russian advance before the Russians broke through. And that's just not materializing. And that, in turn, the fact that that is not materializing means that, frankly, Russia's losing a lot of guys. Like, a lot of guys. This is an article from yesterday. Russia rapidly approaching grim losses milestone. Russia's rapidly approaching this is from Newsweek, a major milestone in its losses of armored personnel vehicles in the war in Ukraine, according to an update from the Ukrainian military on Thursday. The General Staff of Ukraine's armed forces posts figures on Russian troops and equipment losses as part of its daily update on Moscow's full-scale invasion of the country, which began on February 24th, 2022. It said Russia lost 22 armored personnel vehicles in the past day, bringing the total number to 14,913. D- 22 in a single day, and they are making no meaningful gains here. It's wild. You know, the Ukrainians are saying that the losses being suffered by the Russians are 8 times that of the Ukrainians. I mean, currently, like Russia just had one of its deadliest days in the conflict. The General Staff of Ukraine's Armed Forces also said Russia lost 1,160 soldiers over the past day, bringing the total to 506,260. They've lost 7,710 tanks, 13,101 artillery systems, 17,849 vehicles and fuel tanks, 815 anti-aircraft warfare systems, 2,222 cruise missiles, 357 military jets, 326 helicopters, and 27 warships in the war. Like, this is... That's significant material losses for a country that is buying its weaponry from North Korea. You know, meanwhile, I saw a bot video earlier that claimed the average lifespan of a Ukrainian soldier is 8 hours. That's ridiculous. That's so ridiculous, dude. Yeah, like, I genuinely don't think that they're going to be able to keep this up for very long. I think they were really banking on the fact that world support of Ukraine had waned significantly enough for them to throw themselves at the front line in order to break through over the spring and the summer. And they haven't been able to do that. They've been able to make some minor gains, but they haven't been able to penetrate and like seize large swaths of territory. They're running out of tanks, they're running out of missiles, they're running out of like mortar shells, like they're running out of all this stuff. Yeah, none of the gains that they got were worth the losses that they've suffered over every like inch of territory. The propaganda does get a little desperate sometimes. If I recall correctly, Russian estimates of Ukrainian losses may have been shot down the entire Air Force multiple times over, and yet Ukrainian planes still exist. Yeah, right? Yeah, they literally thought that Ukraine... that there's some speculation that Russia thought that they had been able to like flip Ukrainian military personnel and that they were basically going to be all but welcomed into Ukraine as like basically returning heroes, and then that absolutely did not happen. It's actually it's actually just incredible, really. Speaking of drone attacks behind enemy lines, this is becoming increasingly more common, by the way. Ukraine is getting more sophisticated in its ability to attack behind enemy lines. There was an oil depot fire earlier today with casualties reported in Russia's Krasnodar Krai following drone strike. And for those of you wondering where the hell is that, it's across the Sea of Azov. It's, you know, look, I'm just really hoping. I'm looking at this bridge. I'm looking at the Crimean bridge here. There's a lot of drone strikes happening over here. It'd be a shame if something happened to this very critical military support. Just saying here, okay? Oh yeah, no, Russia, I don't think Russia would be able to occupy Ukraine long term in any sense. I think honestly what they're really trying to do here see if we can pull this up. What they're really trying to do is they're trying to achieve their minimum war goal, which was at the very beginning of this, the occupation of Luhansk and Donetsk, as like supporting them as if they're independent breakaway nations, and then they're just going to get annexed in like 2 or 3 years. But yeah, it's not working so good. And it is worth noting that the drones that struck that region in Russia proper would have had to go through Russian-controlled territory across the Sea of Azov. You know, on paper, Russia is supposed to have complete military control of the Sea of Azov. And that's just not the case. Like, they do not have control over the airspace. Otherwise, there's no way Ukrainian drones would be able to reach this far. Hey, Samurai. Yeah, just as a reminder, Russia currently controls this swath of Ukraine. Is that the Crimea River? Yeah, Beau of the Fifth Column is pretty good. Pretty good on this stuff. He often talks about how Russia hasn't even gotten to the hard part. Yeah. When do the Russian masses turn on Putin and begin war? I mean, probably when the Russian economy collapses. Now, I know a lot of people have looked at Russia's economy and been like, oh, they're fine. They're all good. It's okay. Guys, the Russian economy is not doing okay. It is absolutely not doing okay. It's currently on life support. And the reason it is continuing to function is because essentially the government is just printing money like crazy. It's a deal with the devil, essentially. It's a devil's bargain. They're printing money for short-term gains because they're trying, essentially, they're really banking on the fact that they're going to be able to print money and keep the economy afloat until they take over Ukraine, at which point they'll be able to essentially reap the material benefits of having conquered Ukraine, take the material wealth out of Ukraine and bring it into Russia to like stabilize their economy. And then they'll like return to normalized relations with the rest of the world. I think that's basically what they've been banking on this entire time, not really counting on the fact that they're not going to be able to do that. How long will that keep them afloat? I mean, it could keep them afloat for several years, but it's not indefinite, you know? Like, it's worked to keep them going for, like, the last year and a half, 2 years. But, like, they're not doing okay. Like, oh, I need to get through a paywall for that one. I mean, yeah, like here's an article from today. And granted, it's from Express, but you know, whatever. Putin on the brink as Russia's economy could be about to implode for 3 key reasons. I just wonder what they are. What does he think they are? What does this writer think they are? Okay, spiraling inflation. Yep, because they're just printing money like crazy. The Russian rate of inflation is close to 27%, rather than the 7.2% claimed by Moscow. Yeah, it's yeah. That's what happens when you print money like crazy. According to British Defense Intelligence, Russia is currently experiencing a labor shortage that is becoming a significant problem in some sectors because they are taking the youngest and most motivated workers out of their economy. Independent broadsheet Izvestia Russia estimated that in 2023, the Russian economy was short 4.8 million workers. Yeah. So there's a shortage of labor, and China is not stepping in to really fill the gap. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, nope. This all aligns with my basic analysis as well. Holy butts. Yeah, no, like, you can get away short term with printing money. That can be a way to get out of short term problems, but it comes at a cost. You know, it's a you know, profit now, you know, pay later. Yeah, I think a lot of people really thought that like the sanctions would go into effect and Russia would just like collapse in like a few months. And like their currency definitely did, but like they are relatively isolated already. So they were able to just print money, and you know, they have decent economic relations with China. It's just that China isn't stepping in to essentially foot the bill for the Ukrainian war. I mean, Stardust Spun, it is not out of the question that at the end of this, Russia itself splinters and fragments into multiple nation states. That would not surprise me if they are unable to conquer Ukraine, which after all this time I'm thinking is going to be the case. If they are unable to conquer Ukraine, Russia could literally tear itself apart. Like once you can no longer pay the soldiers, which they already, like, prior to the invasion of Russia, they were unable to do. Like communities for conscripted soldiers had to like pitch in to buy them basic body armor. You know, they were freezing in the fields during the last winter. And I think they're not that far away from the point where like the soldiers begin starving. And once you're a few, I mean, you know, the saying goes like any society is only like 3 missed meals away from revolution. I mean, anything goes once their entire economy collapses and they can no longer meaningfully pay their soldiers or feed their soldiers. Yeah, the Wagner Group attempting to overthrow the government doesn't just happen out of nowhere. Communities were chipping in to buy the soldiers' shoes and coats, let alone body armor. Yeah, like it is grim. It is grim. Hey, Joe DNS. I remember playing that politic game where it took place post-Soviet era, and one of the factions was KGB, and I'm guessing Putin's faction. Yeah, Putin was a KGB agent. You do, Joe DNS. Thank you so much for the raid. I mean, Haruko, that would depend on Russia calling it quits before they completely and utterly implode. And I get the impression that Putin is a man completely and utterly incapable of imagining himself losing. And so I don't think they're going to stop, is the thing. Like I don't think there's going to be a point where they're like, okay, yeah, we'll stop and we'll keep Crimea, you know? We'll see. It's a really interesting situation, and I'm really interested to see how Joe Biden kind of untying a hand from behind the back actually serves them in northern Ukraine. I really want to see what happens. Anyway, folks, we've been going for over 3.5 hours. If you've been enjoying the stream, please consider hitting the follow button on Twitch, hitting the subscribe button on YouTube, like the YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs and donos because at the end of the day, this show is brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you. Also, tomorrow I'm going to be trying to look hot AF, so make sure you tune in for that. Got a dress and everything. It's not a pride themed dress. I think I'll do that in a few days. How we all doing? I hate this useless war and death. Yeah, it's pretty awful. It's pretty goddamn awful. You'll always look hot as fuck. Well, right now I'm just hot. I'm just like physically hot. Dude Raid, sending love from Tommy in chat. Publiette du monde. Hello. Thank you, my dude, for the raid. Sending love from Tommy in chat and Jaden Ob. Hell yeah. My dude, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Here we are. We just finished up a segment about Ukraine. How are you doing? What did you guys talk about today? Dude raid, dude raid, dude raid. Let's go. And Trans Girl Jade, that's a good point. Everyone have a happy and safe Pride. Especially right now with Donald Trump being a convicted felon. Keep your eyes open. If you go to any Pride events, make sure you're keeping yourself aware. Because God knows that when conservatives get mad as hell, they take it out on queer people. Keep your eyes out, keep yourself safe. Make sure you keep like a knife on you or something, or some mace. Please, please, please. Make sure you know your escape routes, all that stuff. You need to buy a cat tourniquet for Pride? What? Mocking Mango Moron's MAGA minions? Why did that have the cadence of Baby Billy's Bible Bonkers? Hey Birdie, hello Cass GT. How y'all doing? Welcome to the riverboat. Cross Crescent Creed, you've been here the entire time? You sneaky little devil, you. Trump in politics? Yeah, Trump being guilty. Melee Ethos!
White flag rainbow Ukraine white flag transgender symbol United States white flag rainbow Ukraine white flag transgender symbol United States sunflower sunflower sunflower.
United States, United States. Melee Ethos, thank you for resubscribing. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for supporting stream. And cat tourniquets are a model that's commonly... Oh, not like a tourniquet for cats. Okay. Recalibrated, I understand you. All right, cool. Luckily, I'm a big white dude and not super physically queer, so I pass pretty well and I'm at a relatively low risk. Yeah, I just mean like if you go to a pride parade or something, you know, that I feel like that's gonna take a lot of the ire and rage for these disaffected, you know, man children who can't figure out how to react to disappointment in any other way other than violence. No, I want mini tourniquets for cats. Speaking of Bo again, if you search his old content, I think you can find him trying to teach how to apply things like cat tourniquets. Maybe I should say CAT tourniquets. There we go. That makes more sense. What were you all talking about? Ukraine? Oh, earlier today, Joe Biden lifted one of the conditions on some of the military aid going to Ukraine, specifically to allow Ukrainian military troops to use U.S. Military hardware in order to strike behind enemy lines, specifically in the Kharkiv region, where Russia has been making advances over the last several weeks. So basically, it's to counter the Russian invasion, but they don't want to like blanket lift all of the restrictions because that could like serve to escalate the war in a way that would be incredibly awful for all involved. So instead, it's a limited diplomatic maneuver. Yeah. So basically, I talking about like what's going on in Ukraine and Russia right now. We went over some maps. We talked about how the Russian economy is not doing good, dog. It's doing so bad right now. Potato, tomato, Trinidad and Tobago. Yeah. So anyway, we were talking about that. Good times. Let's see. What's Donald Trump up to? How's he doing? Let's see. He posted 2 hours ago Biden's political prosecution.
This was done by the Biden administration in order to wound or hurt an opponent, a political opponent.
Mr. President, can you tell us, sir?
Ah, good. The first political ad cut by A24. We've been wondering when we'd see them enter the political arena.
Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir?
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god. That was so good, dog. That was so good. Here's the actual clip of that, by the way. It's so fucking funny.
Refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you
Oh, God.
directly. What's your response to that, sir? Do you think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign?
Just the I hate him. I hate him so much, but like the smile, this smile is actually a pretty wonderful response, man. What's your reaction to him blaming you? Just a little charming old man smile. Then he turns and walks
Do you
away.
think the conviction will have an impact on the campaign? We'd love to hear your thoughts, sir.
Should he be on the ballot, sir?
Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir?
There's no words to say to this, really. It just is what it is, right? It just is what it is, and it's so fucking funny to me that they just recut this as like a horror trailer. It's so funny. It's so funny. There's a Dark Brandon edit out there. Yeah, this is the Dark Brandon edit.
Can you tell us, sir, Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir?
All he needs is like the glowing red eyes. What is this?
Donald Trump refers to himself as a political prisoner and blames you directly. What's your response to that, sir?
No, I can't do that. You know I can't. Yeah, there we go. I did it. Yeah, no, that instant copyright music. The look on his face is priceless. It's so good, dog. It's so good. Yeah, that's the face of someone who's been told in no uncertain terms that he cannot say a goddamn word about it. Otherwise, he might be in deep legal shit. And instead, he's just like, eh. Also, my goodness, chat, you guys got a 13x combo. I'm proud of you guys. Proud of you guys. Speaking of A24, I saw the TV Glow, and I loved it. Oh, man, the trailer for that movie looked really cool. And it made you sad? Damn it. I want, bring back horror movies that are both scary, but also kick ass. You know, let's have more kick ass horror movies. You know, like Skinamarink. Anyway. Welcome back, the guy. She's proud, chat. I am proud. Oh, also, I'm very curious to see if we're on the front page when Twitch updates in approximately 40 minutes. Real excited to see if that is what indeed happens. The new Mad Max was good? Excellent. Okay, folks. Let's talk about Gaza. All right? Remember, hit the follow button, hit all the things, do the buttons, do the things. You know what to do. Support stream however you feel comfortable doing. Cause we about to go in. All right? We're doing our Death Star trench run. Go. I keep hearing that Furiosa flopped. I mean, like, financially, yeah, but that's just because, like, movies in general right now are flopping. Like, it was the worst Memorial Day opening weekend. But, like, I don't think that's because the movie's bad. Jack is going to be all famous. Maybe. Maybe so. All right. It's not going to stop us from talking about what we need to talk about, though. All right, so Joe Biden today announced a plan to end the war in Gaza. He says it begins with a complete ceasefire, withdrawal of Israeli forces from the all-populated areas in Gaza, the release of hostages and hostage remains, the ability for Palestinians to return to Gaza, and a surge of humanitarian assistance. Which, on the surface, seems pretty good. Doesn't seem bad. Let's hear him talk about it.
My many conversations with leaders of Israel, Qatar, and Egypt, and other Middle Eastern countries, Israel has offered a comprehensive new proposal. It's a roadmap to an enduring ceasefire and the release of all hostages. This proposal has been transmitted.
Now, he's saying Israel is the one who proposed this. So, Let's see what he has to say.
By Qatar to Hamas. Today, I want to lay out its terms for the American citizens and for the world. This new proposal has 3 phases. 3. The first phase would last for 6 weeks. Here's what it would include: a full and complete ceasefire, a withdrawal of Israeli forces from all populated areas of Gaza, release of a number of hostages, including women, the elderly, the wounded, in exchange for release of hundreds of Palestinian prisoners. There are American hostages who would be released at this stage, and we want them home. Additional, some remains of hostages who have been killed would be returned to their families, bringing some degree of closure to that terrible grief. Palestinians, civilians would return to their homes and neighborhoods in all areas of Gaza, including in the north. Humanitarian assistance would surge.
Now I just have to ask. You know, we'll get into some of my pressing questions about this after he finishes.
600 trucks carrying aid into Gaza every single day. With the ceasefire, that aid could be safely and effectively distributed to all who need it. Hundreds of thousands of temporary shelters, including housing units, would be delivered by the international community. All that and more would begin immediately. Immediately.
Interesting. So here are the phases here. Let's walk through them together, shall we? Let's open it up in a new tab. There we go. Phase 1, a complete ceasefire. Good. Unambiguously good. No problems with that one. Withdrawal of Israeli forces from populated areas in Gaza. Now this one I have some problems with. Specifically with the wording, populated areas in Gaza. Because Israel has made sure that most of the areas in Gaza are depopulated. The population centers have been, like, obliterated. Outside of Rafah, there's, like, nothing left in Gaza City. You know, like, the damage is catastrophic. So, when it says withdrawal of Israeli forces from populated areas in Gaza, that is not withdrawal of Israeli forces from Gaza. That is withdrawal from populated areas in Gaza. Meaning that there's an awful lot of Gaza that they can still remain in. Release of some hostages and some remains of hostages. Totally fine with that. Palestinian civilians can return to their homes in Gaza. And I do have to ask, what homes? What homes? Just out of curiosity, how many homes have been destroyed in Gaza? Let's see. This is a news story from the Associated Press from May 2nd, so beginning of last month. Oh my god. We're just gonna do this. This is unacceptable. Okay. Go. Man, without ad blocker, it's actually like almost impossible to read some of these websites. The unprecedented destruction of housing in Gaza hasn't been seen since World War II, the UN says. It would take until at least 2040 to restore the homes devastated by Israel's bombing and ground offensive if the conflict ended today, and it is now a month later. Let's see here. Ah, yes. At least 370,000 housing units in Gaza have been damaged, including 79,000 destroyed completely, along with commercial buildings. After previous Israel-Hamas conflicts, housing was rebuilt at a rate of 992 units a year. Even if Israel allows a five-fold increase of construction material to enter Gaza, it would take until 2040 to rebuild the destroyed houses without repairing the damaged ones. And that's if, again, that's if Israel grants a 5 times increase in the rate of construction. That's if they build like almost 5,000 new living units a year. Every year. Yeah, allows. Yeah, exactly. The framing even of this is insane to me. Just insane. Anyway, let's continue on, shall we? We've got more to cover here. We've got, again, Palestinian civilians can return to their homes in Gaza. Again, many of their homes are gone. It's a population, chat, it's a population of 2.4 million previously to this conflict. 2.4 million people, right? Many of them are all living in one home. Like many of them live together. It's not like each person has their own home. You know, these are family units. These are family dwellings. You know, we're talking like 5, 6, 8 people in a house. 370,000 have been damaged and rendered unlivable. And a surge in humanitarian aid. Joe DNS, if you keep posting like this, I'm going to be very upset. Please chill. Chill the fuck out so we can actually discuss the issue, and then we'll simplify it down to the brass tacks. A permanent phase 2, a permanent end to hostilities. That's good. I got no problem with that. Exchange for the release of remaining living hostages. No problem with that. Israeli forces withdraw from Gaza. Great. Phase 3, major reconstruction plan for Gaza. Ambiguous, but great. I'll take it. Final remains of hostages are returned to their families. Cool. Awesome. Who's going to pay for the new buildings and repairs? Unknown. Maybe the international community. I doubt Israel, frankly. So, generally speaking, a lot of this deal is, well, predicated on ideas of that I think do not reflect the actual reality on the ground. You know, the idyllic idea that like Palestinians are able to return at all. Like if they got out of the Gaza Strip by bribing like an Egyptian official, for example, like they don't have the money to go back. Like, and if they do, like they have to do some serious soul searching about like if they want to be there or not, because it's proven to be a very unsafe spot. Unfortunately, you know. Now, you might ask yourselves, huh, this seems like a really familiar plan. And that's because it very much appears to be almost exactly a copy of the plan that Hamas proposed back in February. A 3-stage ceasefire over 135 days, leading to the end of the war. That's so weird, dude. It's almost like we've been going for 4 more months for some reason. So wild, dog. I do think that this is a really good sign. I think honestly this is a pretty great deal. But I have to say, the question remains, right? Will Hamas accept the deal? And furthermore, if Hamas accepts the deal, is Israel going to hold up its end of the deal? Is Israel going to accept the deal that it itself proposed? And I think the answer to that one is no. Because by all accounts, it appears that Hamas is going to go for the deal. Hamas says it looks positively at what was proposed by Biden today, who laid out a plan that called for a permanent ceasefire and Israel's withdrawal from Gaza. And here's a quote from the organization. "We affirm our position of readiness to deal positively and constructively with any proposal based on a permanent ceasefire, complete withdrawal from the Gaza Strip, reconstruction, the return of the displaced to all of their places of residence, and the completion of a serious prisoner exchange deal if Israel declares its explicit commitment to that." Which sounds pretty reasonable. What exactly is going on outside of that? Well, let's take a look here. Oh. Israel won't end war for deal to free all hostages, PM's aide said to tell families. National Security Advisor Hanagabi says it will be possible to free female, elderly, and sick hostages in coming months, but warns effort to release remainder unlikely to succeed. Let's see. National Security Advisor Tazachi Hanagabi reportedly told relatives of hostages on Thursday, again, two relatives of hostages currently held by Hamas on Thursday, that the current government will not agree to end its war against Hamas in exchange for the release of all remaining hostages held by the terror group. Which this article is from today. It's from earlier today. This was published on the 31st of May. Now, maybe this was published before the offer was made by Israel. But I'm gonna go Hanagbi. Gotcha. Hanagbi. Thank you for breaking it down, BB. Beer Bash Johnson, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. Get cozy. We cover in Gaza. Yeah. It highlighted the crux of the repeated impasse in the hostage negotiations where Hamas has insisted on a permanent ceasefire, while Israel has only been willing to agree to a temporary truce. Now, if this is true, right? If it is true here that this deal, as Biden says,
my many conversations with leaders of Israel, Qatar, and Egypt, and other Middle Eastern countries, Israel has offered.
If that is indeed true, that Israel has offered this, then that changes everything. Unless they're immediately just going to be like, haha, fooled you, and bomb even harder. Unless this is like an elaborate nationalistic troll. That changes a lot. Because it means that they've moved on this being the crux of their disagreement over a peace deal. So, I think I am tentatively optimistic. I am tentatively optimistic about this. Largely because of Biden's statement about how this is coming from Israel. But that is exactly why I am also trying not to let my hopes get up. Well, that's the other thing, Andrew S., and this is why I think ultimately Israel is gonna like pull the rug out from under us yet again. It's because Bibi Netanyahu does not want to give up power and go to jail. If he reaches a deal with Hamas, if he doesn't spectacularly torpedo this deal, he goes to prison. Why? Because it would take too long to go into, but essentially Benjamin Netanyahu stands accused of a litany of fraud crimes. You know, he's basically been doing fraud for decades, and prior to getting into office, he was on the brink of being charged for those crimes and having a huge trial take place, which is why last summer, he had attempted to seize power. And people don't really talk about this, but he attempted to pass legislation that would have effectively made him a dictator. And it was only stopped by the fact that the Israeli people turned out to protest against him. And that was those efforts to make him a dictator were put on hold indefinitely. But he needs to maintain power in order to avoid the prosecution. As long as he is the prime minister of Israel, he is not going to face that prosecution. So, now that he has special war powers, he's very keen to not give those up. Very, very keen to not give those up. Highly motivated. Hey, Dark Mindos. Sorry, English is not my first language. May I ask the word you used a minute ago? Tentative? Tentatively optimistic, meaning I am, God. Tentative is kind of like nervously, but like, unsuredly. Like, a good example of this would be like a child's first steps. Like if a baby taking its first steps would be like a tentative first step. Cautiously, nervously, yeah. Careful optimistic would be a good reading of it, yeah. Isn't Bibi Netanyahu a war criminal now? Well, it does appear that he might soon be wanted by the ICJ. Denimly, yeah. Provisionally. Hesitantly. I love all you guys. I love all you guys providing helpful definitions. Itamar Ben-Gvir is an equally huge issue. Absolutely. Dude's literally a convicted terrorist. I thought I heard Denimly. Oh god, sorry. You did hear Denimly. Someone said it in the other chat. Hey, German Cow JJ, how you doing? So the ICC just isn't going to prosecute the guy? Could they even try? The ICC absolutely can try. It's just that the lead prosecutor, there's like a process. The lead prosecutor put in the headlines you guys saw were that the head prosecutor for the ICC put in an application to get warrants for Benjamin Netanyahu's arrest. But that still has to go through the court system and be approved. But just the filing of that motion is so unprecedented for a Western-aligned leader that it made global headlines. So, if it comes down and those warrants are approved, which I'm guessing they're likely to be, then the arrest warrant would go out for Benjamin Netanyahu. And that might not affect him while so long as he is inside of Israel. But if he ever sets foot outside of Israel, like, he might be fair game for arrest. Yes, the ICC and the ICJ are different courts. People get them confused, including me. Do you think Bibi, if held the trial, could beat Trump's 34-0 record? I don't think so, no. 34 felonies is really hard to top. Usually most people only do one. Yeah, the ICJ is different from the International Court of Justice is different from the International Criminal Court. I know we as Americans are being introduced to this distinction for many of us the first time, largely because our country does not allow any of that to affect us because, you know, imperial hegemony must be protected at any and all costs. And speaking of, meanwhile, just yesterday, Lindsey Graham went to Israel, guys, and you'll never guess what Lindsey Graham chose to talk about in Israel. Conservatism is not doing okay.
I bring this up.
Oh my God, he sounds like he's being dubbed over by a bad lip reading channel.
But nobody likes hearing it, but I know what my country did. When we were attacked by the Japanese, when we went to war with Japan and Germany, we did what was necessary to protect our way of life. Was it disproportionate to use atomic weapons to end a war we couldn't afford to lose? So this idea that international community, your question, considers Israel the problem, I reject that. These charges are false. They're blood libel against the Jewish people.
What? Like, remember during World War II when we committed a colossal war crime by obliterating an entire multiple civilian population centers with nuclear weapons? Well, we were justified in doing that because we were fighting a war we couldn't lose. And, you know, likewise, Israel would be justified in doing anything and everything to protect itself, up to and including nuking the Gaza Strip. And he then goes on to say anyone like speaking out about this, anyone saying that you don't have the universal right to nuke Gaza is committing blood libel. My God, chat. It's actually like, I feel like it's anti-Semitic for him to invoke that. I feel like it's anti-Semitic for him to invoke that in this particular way. I hope, I don't know about you, but there are going to be people in the world who say death to America the way we behave, but Israel will act like your buddy, take your money, and then still hate you. Wage psychological warfare on your populace and set car bombs in densely populated urban areas. Yeah. A completely normal and coherent response, yeah. I have been fucking scolded by online leftists for saying Hamas is a theocratic terrorist group, likes to murder gay people. That is true. The thing is, like, I think, again, I've said this a lot, there's a difference between understanding the material conditions that give rise to an organization like Hamas, that keep Hamas in power, that keep radicalizing people to Hamas, and like being pro Hamas, being in favor of that. You know, like understanding is one thing, supporting it is another. And yeah, Hamas is a bad organization. Like, the circumstances of its rise and its current position of power are understandable. You can comprehend those reasons, but ultimately it's an evil organization of based on like fundamentalist religious zealotry, and it's a death cult. It is a self-defeating mechanism. And it was specifically propped up by Benjamin Netanyahu because it was recognized as a self-defeating mechanism. Because it would keep the Palestinian people from being able to unite. Yeah, and that is also a good point. Religious fundamentalism is always dangerous, regardless of the religion. It's how you get, like, you know, Buddhist fanatics in oh god, where is it? There was like a relatively recently there was like a massacre perpetrated by Buddhists. Myanmar. Thank you, BBBBB. Yeah, like it can lead to like absolute atrocity, no matter what religious group it appears in. Yeah, Hamas is an evil organization, but like an evil organization doesn't mean you then get the go ahead to genocide an entire population. The PLO were the proper opposition to Israel. Kind of. It's complicated. Libs want to like subject Hamas to the kind of standards to as if it were an organization somebody were founding in Montana or something, and not an open air prison undergoing genocidal annihilation. Yeah. Anyway, we did it, everyone. We got through the segment I had planned about the Gaza peace plan. Overall, it looks pretty okay. Outside of the quibbles of, you know, there are no homes to return to, really, and no livable infrastructure left, and, you know, all of the blockades are still up, and frankly, like, the Israeli troops are still there, and I don't know why any of the Palestinian people left in Gaza would trust that the Israelis aren't just going to summarily bomb and execute them as they try and return to their homes. But, you know, how do you explain the material conditions in the U.S. that has allowed people to turn to Christian fundamentalism? Oh, Super Jet Guy, you're asking that is a big question. To summarize, America has been a relatively like isolated country in terms of like communities due to like the nature of westward expansion. And a lot of those isolated communities found a lot of strength and comfort in religious institutions. That kind of became the bedrock of many of these small communities throughout the entire country. Over time, those churches grew and amassed more and more power. You eventually get that metastasizing into the evangelical movement in particular, which then got courted and radicalized to conservative political policy by the Republican Southern strategy, which relied on the dissatisfaction of aggrieved white folks following the end of segregation. And the Republicans were able to kind of parlay this white dissatisfaction into, the left wing is trying to integrate your child's school and infringe on your religious beliefs. And that kind of began the tie between conservative politics and the church. And as time then went on, the topic shifted from racial integration of schools to they were trying to come for your schools, but now they're trying to come for your unborn children, and it shifted to abortion. And that's largely where we are today, and with the radicalization of the evangelical base in America. That's a very, very, very condensed version of history. I'm skipping over a lot of it, but that's the short and narrow. Oh yeah, are the liberals are still trying to come for the liberals are still trying to come for the non-integrated private schools? It's crazy. That is a remarkably concise analysis. Thank you. I tried really hard. As a black guy from New York, growing up right next to Hasidic Jews, I'm lucky to come to the positions that I did. Thank God I know what Zionism and what Judaism actually is. Yeah, for sure. What? What? Wait, shouldn't we be coming for non-integrated private schools? Yeah, the point I was making is that we've integrated the schools. The school systems are integrated. You can't go to a whites only school in America. You can go to schools that are predominantly white that have been lacking in integration due to economic forces, but like. Also, chat, I'm running on 3 hours of sleep and it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Please cut me some slack. Yeah, Joe, I know conservatives are coming after public schools, but I was talking about how the conservative fundamentalist narrative is that liberals are coming after your schools because they went into enclaves of white supremacist, white-only private schools. So the narrative that Christian fundamentalists spun was specifically that liberals were coming for your kids' schools. They were coming to infringe on your religious liberties by coming for private religious schools that also happen to be whites only. And then you said they're still trying to come for your schools, which to me says I am confused by your point. Really? Is it time to rest then? No, never. Only anger, only rage. Yeah, I'm just gonna point out once again that you cannot go to a whites only college. I made garlic cheddar biscuits. Those sound amazing. I mean, the self-sorting problem, Ico Rich, is largely one of economic forces. Like, I would argue that the self-sorting problem is a result of, like, economic redlining. Oh god, that's so loud. I had the volume all
The
the way at
liberals are
100.
coming.
No.
Oh.
My autism is acting up. I'm having trouble reading tone. Let's see. I still got 3 more hectares of blue jeans to bushel. Netanyahu, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. Do these people just have to invent things to believe? Well, yeah, no, hypervisor, part of the radicalization of like fundamentalist religious folks is the creation of a victimized a victim narrative, essentially. You know, like there's one already built into like fundamentalist Christianity, which is that, oh, you know, the world will hate you just because you're a Christian. That's actually like deeply instilled in Christian folks. Like I know it was deeply instilled in me growing up. Like, you know, people are gonna hate you because you're a Christian. They're gonna hate you because you're a Christian. And essentially they're gonna hate you. The narrative gets twisted a little bit, and they're gonna hate you because you're right. And it then gets a bit broader than that. They're going to hate you because you're in some way set apart. You're better. And that in turn leads them more prone to feeling victimized. Oh my god.
It's been a bumper blue jean crop. We're in high Wranglers, so please enjoy this. It's gay month, so please do gay things with this. OBWA.
I just, the way text-to-speech handles O's in a row is incredible. 10 out of 10 for whoever programmed that. The attempted tone. Paladin Lost, thank you for the $100 dono. Kicking off gay month correctly. Oh my god, what was that about not abusing text-to-speech? Okay, but when I was saying not abusing text-to-speech, I meant doing things that would be irritating, not things that would entertain me. Or doing things that would also be against TOS. You know, the irritate me against TOS, so potato. God damn. Oh, wooga, Stout Man. Liberal Catholic here. Fundies hate us more than they hate atheists. It's true. It's true. A lot of fundamentalist evangelicals despise Catholics. You know, it's the kind of thing where like I think a lot of kids these days don't necessarily understand it unless they grow up inside one of those fundy communities. But like growing up kind of on the fringes of like fundamentalist Christianity, like you can see the through line. And so I know a lot of kids get confused like reading To Kill a Mockingbird. And they're like, but why are the Protestants and the Catholics not friends? And it's like, because like literally like 50 years ago, Protestants and Catholics hated each other's guts, like openly and publicly, to the point of like throwing punches. My grandma, oh my god, Gamergy, my grandma literally had the Klan harass her Catholic community in her lifetime. That's crazy. Hello, Xeve. I sort of feel like Western religion in general is too fundamentally tied up in grievance and exclusion. Yeah, I mean, I think by and large, a lot of religious folks are totally fine. It's just that the strain of fundamentalism has been cultivated in America in particular by moneyed interests in the Republican Party who want to stoke those fires for their own profit. You know, the capitalist class finds it useful, finds fundamentalist religion useful in creating useful idiots who will be their frontline soldiers, Stadman, I can't put glasses on, but I can. Nya. And I have nothing to squish, I'm sorry. I can hydrate with this energy drink. Oh, let's see if I'm on the front page of Twitch yet. Huh? Let's see. Did they do the thing? Did they do the thing? Boop. They have not done the thing. At least that I can see. Maybe it's just lower down. Twitch ambassadors. Beep, 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 boo. I don't see very much pride action going on over here on Twitch. Yeah, exactly. Dark Mindos or Dark Mind OS. The goal of the capitalist class is to turn people into interchangeable cogs in their profit machines, And one of the easiest ways of doing that is by making a devil's bargain with religious fundamentalism. Because the religious fundamentalism essentially enforces conformity for you. There's still a legit Klan presence in my state, sad state of affairs, but they're actually gaining traction by being anti-Israel. Yeah, again, make sure you're a bit suspicious of anyone you see on Twitter espousing not anti-Israeli sentiment, but I don't know, take a look at the people's accounts that you're boosting. Make sure that they're not secretly a neo-Nazi trying to gain followers and clout by co-opting, the plight of the Palestinians. There's something particularly heinous about that to me. Wait, the Klan is back? Super Jet Guy, one of the things that America has never really reckoned with is the fact that the Klan never really went away. People just stopped openly affiliating with the Klan. But the people and the sentiment especially in the Deep South runs deep. It runs real deep. Yeah, exactly. Fuck Benjamin Netanyahu. Fuck the imperialist policies of the state of Israel. And but you know what? Jewish people and Israelis, they're fine. The actual people. Good. Yeah, governments are not people. Exactly. Low-key, don't stop in many places in southern Indiana. Thank goodness I-69 got built, so you don't have to travel through sundown towns coming up north. Yeah, I always feel really... there are parts of Minnesota that are definitely like that as well. Not great. I live in Arizona, and Scottsdale is apparently an epicenter for the Klan, and it scares me a lot. Yeah. Is that it's somewhat worrying that like Gamergy brings up the Klan and then is like, oh yeah, they're big in southern Indiana, and meanwhile like 3 other people are like, oh yeah, Scottsdale, Arizona. Oh yeah, is that Arkansas? Like, oh no. Oh no, guys. Yeah, things get a bit weird in Appalachia, Foxbat. It gets a bit wacky out there in the mountains. Uh-oh, stinky. By the way, I cannot recommend, speaking of like fuck the Ku Klux Klan. I need to recommend a specific show to you guys. I need to recommend a show called The Dollop. Okay? Now many of you are probably aware of The Dollop. It's a show put on by 2 comedians. And the premise is one of them comes to the podcast not knowing what's going to be talked about, and the other one has prepped like an event of history to talk about and to kind of give an overview of. And there is one in particular about the Klan that is so funny. It's so funny. I found it. It's called The Battle. It's episode 244, The Battle of Hayes Pond. And it's basically just a wonderful story of the Ku Klux Klan having their asses handed to them, and it's told in a pretty entertaining way. I really like The Dollop. It's a fun little history show with like a comedic flair. Never heard of it before? Here, I'll play part of it.
I have Alzheimer's.
Excellent
Stand for the judge who doesn't know who he is.
Everyone lay down.
So he purchased himself on a chauffeur's license, and that causes him to get his license revoked for a year. So the whole thing went tits up.
Right, yeah. Well, yeah, there's got to be a punishment. Seems like you like driving.
A month later, he was charged with resisting arrest and assaulting a police captain.
That's tough. I mean, these are really starting to stack up a little bit.
He didn't get punished. The result was that the court ordered him to buy a new set of false teeth for the cop.
So, I mean, literally a sitcom plot? He is... Wait. Amazing. That's what it should be. We should go back to that system.
If you punch someone in the...
But with everything. With most things, not with everything. You know, you still got
say some things.
Murder. It's going to be tough. You got to cut his lawn for life.
Make him a new baby, sir.
I miss my brother. No, but that you like that you're, whatever you do, you have to directly fix it.
Oh yeah, I like that.
I'd like that.
Yeah.
I
think that happens.
Breaking and entering, you got to fix the window and put everything back and kind of clean it.
Yeah, you got to come over and fix everything, and then you can go to jail.
Was this where your vase was, ma'am?
No. Why are you?
We're the guys who broke in.
I know, you're scaring me.
Oh, yeah, no, well, we're violent criminals. All right, we're going to leave the vase here, bitch. Later. What? Don't shut the door, Harry.
In 1943, Cole assaulted someone, and the court ordered him to pay the medical bills of the victim.
This is great.
It's not that great.
I mean, it's terrible. It's terrible.
He's not getting the clue that he should stop assaulting people.
Okay, so you're saying this is why we went away from the system.
I think you can do both.
Okay, all right. I'm starting to see it your way.
I mean, think about the cop that's got new teeth. He's like, well, this isn't great.
New teeth.
He was also charged with being drunk and disorderly. He then joined the military during World War II and served for a bit.
Oh, we're happy to have him.
He got out and didn't offend for a while. And he got right back at it.
Okay.
In January 1951, he was charged with assault with intent to kill.
I just want to get to, like,
Serious.
the beginning of
That's
this.
if you're attempting to kill someone, that's like a real deal assault.
We've sort of turned away from the classy behavior too. We're going back. We've hit our peak with the perjury for a chauffeur's license.
Incredible
for
stuff.
sure.
No, chauffeur. Huh? Oh, for sure. I get it.
And later that year, he was arrested for drunk driving.
Okay, so
you know what?
I feel like he would be on MSNBC on the weekends.
Yeah.
Extended lockup or something.
No, because he never went to prison for any of this.
Right.
Every single charge was dismissed.
Well, and is this just because he?
I don't know.
He's lucky.
I couldn't figure out. All that I could find out was all the crimes that he committed.
Okay.
I couldn't figure out anything else.
Right. Okay.
Meanwhile, he worked as a salesman.
Maybe he's a hypnotist.
He could be a hypnotist. He could be a guy who throws down smoke clouds.
Yeah. So he hypnotizes the judge, and then he gets the stenographer.
Yeah. And then, or he could be a time traveler.
Also a great theory.
Or a shapeshifter.
Same thing. Come on.
So he's a salesman, and then he drove a taxi for a while. So he's got his original job.
Okay.
Well, he lost his license a long time ago. I got it back years ago.
Okay.
I thought
he worked for drunk cabs.
I thought back then, though, oh no, what am I saying? He's never been convicted of anything.
Yeah, no.
Right. So.
By the way, that all sounds so crazy now, but Uber.
Yeah.
Literally anyone.
No, Uber. There's a great letter that came out, Uber today, that everyone should read. That the woman who worked there wrote. It really paints them in the great light. Stop using Uber. While he was driving a taxi, he picked up the nickname Catfish. Couldn't figure out why.
Well, it's probably not for the same reasons you'd get it now. He started a fake Facebook and conned someone into meeting him? Come on.
That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, wow.
But why is that called catfishing?
That's called catfishing because... I don't know.
There's got to be a reason.
Maybe it's because you think it's a cat and it turns out to be a fish.
I look forward to all 60 people telling me.
Yeah.
No, it's okay.
Yeah, totally.
It's okay. We're almost there.
Be on Twitter for the next month.
Never ask a question on the dollar.
Yeah.
In 1953, Catfish, now we're going to call him Catfish.
Okay.
Catfish got married, and he and his wife, of course, went to Southern...
Mrs. Fish?
Mrs. Fish. You saw the sitcom.
Yeah. Great show.
Mrs. Fish.
And then the two of them together, the
Fish.
couple, went to Southern Bible College in Marion, South Carolina.
Great. Great college.
Catfish was ordained into the ministry.
Under the name Catfish?
No.
Now, I want you all to think, what in the early, late 1940s, 1930s, 1950s, what might get a man off of doing a lot of crimes? What characteristics or traits might come into play when a judge is thinking of handing down a sentence? Where might all of this be going? I wonder if you can guess.
Oh, he was James Cole, but we're calling him Catfish.
Okay.
Reverend Catfish would be good, though.
Yeah. Father Fish? Call me Cat.
He quickly began touring the Carolinas as a tent evangelist.
Oh, God.
The best!
Catfish. Now, here we go. Also, you don't want to have a tent and say, like, put up a sign for Catfish, because people are like, oh, no.
Oh,
he's a man.
Catfish. Oh, no, maybe we just think he was selling catfish.
Maybe either, yeah.
Maybe that's how he got the name, is he sold catfish out of his trunk.
Why his trunk? What?
Well, where else are you going to keep the water?
Oh, I'm done with this conversation, for sure. I'm over-questioned.
How's the tank going to work? You got to have a tank?
Buddy,
I just really
move
wanted
on.
to demonstrate how this show works, because this episode is gold.
He also started doing his own radio show, a Sunday morning program called The Free Will Hour.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
And of course, it was at this time that he joined the Ku Klux Klan.
Oh, God. Welcome to WKKK in the mornings. Hey.
Anyway, yeah, that guy who just kept getting off of all of those crimes went on to join the Ku Klux Klan. And this is the story of how that man wound up getting his ass beat. Along with 50 other members of the Klan. It's so good, chat. I'm going to post this in all of the chats. I do highly recommend this show. I hope that gave like a really good introduction to it, because I love The Dollop. It's one of my favorite shows to listen to while I'm like on a walk or like going for a little exercise run on the elliptical. It's just these two guys riffing off each other, and sometimes one of them is telling the story, sometimes another one is telling the story. And I have to tell you, if you like this one, if you like what you heard, you guys need to seek out the episode that they did on the history of jetpacks. Because we almost had jetpacks. We almost had jetpacks, guys. Except that it became a war between two rival families over who had the rights to the jetpacks. And it is insane. The amount of rivalry and bitter animosity over jetpacks is insane. Highly recommend. Oh yeah, Well, There's Your Problem is an all-time great podcast as well. Haven't you seen the documentary film The Rocketeer, Jack? We had jetpacks. Stoudman, not only did we have jetpacks, we've had jetpacks for goddamn almost 100 years. Almost 100 years we've had jetpacks. We've had, for real life, we have had jetpacks. For almost 100 years, guys. It's crazy. We had functional jetpacks that people could that you could wear and fly around in the early 1950s. We had the Jetsons technology. Yeah, it just turns out that like jetpacks, while very cool, are extremely unsafe. Yeah, the main reason we turned out not to be huge fans of jetpacks was the dying horribly in an explosion thing. Yeah. Oh, God. Folks. How... I need to take a show of hands. How many of you have gas left in the tank? How many of you are motivated to continue on with me as we wander forth into a cold and uncaring and disturbing future? Let's fucking go. Me. I think you should rest. Okay, what if I told you that the next segment is going to be the quartering going on Steven Crowder? What if I told you the pants shitter himself went on Steven Crowder's show? Yeah? Oh fuck? All right. Let's go. Because he went on Steven Crowder's show Ash Wednesday, Like, this is such a weird collision of worlds, because I don't get the impression that Steven Crowder is a gamer. I don't get that impression. I'm going to give this 5 minutes. If it doesn't lock my attention in 5 minutes, then we'll do it on a new day. Get it? It's Ash Wednesday because Christian nationalism and cigars. Ha ha ha. Get it? Get it? Because they're men, so they smoke cigars. However, apparently, no one told Steven sometimes a cigar isn't a cigar. Makes it a little bit difficult to keep up the facade, buddy.
Glad to be with you. It's been a while since we've done an Ash Wednesday here. What else could we do? I started off this off.
The audio is bad. Like, listen to that hum, guys.
Really well. Sound like I have a stroke. When we have the quartering.
That's me.
Is that your last name?
Just a reminder, this man shat his pants in a Walmart so badly that he leaked shit on the floor of the Walmart in a trail, wandering and winding through the aisles of Walmart until he found the bathroom. And then he decided it would be a really funny story to tell the entire world on a podcast. Not once, but multiple times. Including one time to Roseanne Barr, who then proceeded to tell him a story about how she shat herself live on air. Anyway, we live in hell world.
Unofficially, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Now we have Jeremy, of course, of the quartering. I don't even honestly, you're in my phone as Jeremy Quartering in my
That's fine by me. I'm not offended by it.
Okay.
You know, I think you're in my phone.
Also, just as an FYI, I know it shouldn't surprise anyone, but Jeremy literally advertises a white nationalist book company on his show.
As like LWC parentheses do not answer.
Yeah, I was going to say, often it's just the company name is Prick.
Yeah.
So, but this Prick is going to teach you how to smoke a cigar here today.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
Okay. Guys. You guys heard it too, right? I'm not wrong for hearing what's coming out of their mouths, right? Run it back.
Right. Yeah. Parentheses do not answer.
Yeah, I was going to say, often it's just the company name is Prick.
Yeah.
So, but this Prick is going to teach you how to smoke a cigar here today.
Yeah, I'm here for it.
This Prick is about to teach you how to smoke a cigar is incredibly suggestive. Right? I just made the dick joke, and now you're just putting pricks and cigars together. You're making the association, my friend.
Right. You can watch him on Rumble at 5:30 Eastern. Jeremy the Quartering has been a friend of the show, and we've been a fan of his for a while. I know I kind of pre-lit that.
I don't think the Quartering ever worked for the Daily Wire.
For you, but if now
you sell me out immediately.
No, because a lot of people who want to look like they smoke cigars, they don't realize that if you light it unevenly, you're actually not getting the blend that they intended. So now you.
But now they're going to know I didn't know that.
Well, it's fine though. I want you to have a good experience. It's not about appearing like you smoke cigars on a yacht. It's about enjoying the experience.
Well, I was just about to roll out Cigar Brand cigars.
Oh, jeez. It's probably coming from the same factory. So.
Distinguished.
Mm-hmm.
I feel a little bit smarter too.
Do you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you do. So. That's all that matters.
Baseline.
If you feel smart, that's today's mantra, right? If you feel it, then it is so.
Well, placebos are real.
They are real.
Yeah,
they are incredibly real. And then you have some people. Well, you were saying when you're staying here at the hotel, before we get into some of these topics, there's some crazy people who've been trying to offer you, once they found out you were a YouTuber, right? That's the term they use now. They wanted to offer you like homeopathic medicine.
Some very, yes, it may be fine, but I prefer to talk to a doctor generally.
Okay, I have so many questions. What? Where are you going that people are trying to offer to sell you homeopathic medicine? What? Where does one go for that? Did you like wander into a crystal mommy store? Like what? Where are you going where there's just a bunch of people trying to sell you homeopathic remedies? I don't understand. Like this is this is the unique situation of having anti-comedy. Something that's so unfunny it becomes funny. Like did he walk into like a multi-level marketing convention at the hotel? Like what happened here? Just all of a sudden, people were trying to sell me these drinks with acai berries. They're high in antioxidants. I bought 12 gallons.
Generally,
especially if I'm going to be stripping down.
Well, they had to say I was.
Guys, I think the divorce is hitting Steven really hard. I think the divorce is doing a number on Steven. I don't think he's okay, guys.
Especially if I'm going to be stripping down.
Well, they had to say
I'm going to be stripping down. Why did you say that, Steven? Wait, there's overlap between the far right and multi-level marketing schemes? No, I just can't think of any other situation in which, like, he would suddenly be swarmed with people trying to sell him homeopathic remedies. Like, where do you go where that just said people find out you're a YouTuber want to sell you homeopathic remedies? Like, what? That's not a scenario that happens, guys.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've had to do a suppository, so I was like, I need to talk over to my doctor.
Oh, I don't have to do a suppository.
Guys, is this flirting? Why is this conversation? I'm This is so bizarre, dude. Did we fall into bizarro world here? I had more meaningful conversations 12 hours into ayahuasca.
I just stripped down. It's just standard protocol.
Oh, when the doctor walks in the room, you're nude.
I just like the feeling of the butcher paper on my skin the way God made me.
That really is nice. There's something very utilitarian.
Butcher paper? What's happening? Why, in this scenario, are you covered in butcher paper? Why are you stripping down in the doctor's office? Why is there another man getting a suppository shoved up his ass? I don't understand. The paper. Oh, the paper they put on the exam table. Oh, it still doesn't make sense, but that part makes at least a tiny bit more sense. God, you need a little bit more setup to say that kind of thing. Otherwise, I genuinely had no idea what you're talking about. Oh no, Foxbat. Just as an FYI. Here, can we do we have the clip? Yeah. I think this is it.
I'm afraid of it coming back. I'm afraid of Mr. Hyde rearing his ugly bisexual head. That was a short phase. I just don't understand what's like why you can't be a guy who prefers men over women and also not like to pay high taxes. Hey, I can be bisexual and also want lower taxes. Okay, let me ask you this: how many people who claim to be bisexual are actual bisexual? Do you think do you think a lot of them lie about it to seem cool? I'm coming for you.
Anyway.
Libertarian about
yes.
Yeah.
That's like, let's just skip this here. Let's get to why you came into the office, doctor. It turns out that's not why he's come at all. He's actually come to...
Hey, Gamer G.
Conservative men will do the most gay activities like sucking phallic cigars, flirt with each other, and still be afraid of pride flags.
It's true. It's true. Honestly, there's just a degree of like that. No, honestly, conservative men will literally fuck or be fucked by other men and still be afraid of pride flags. Like they will they will still say, "Oh, I'm not gay." That was just a one-time thing. Oh, that, it was just a power play. Oh, no, it was just, I needed to let off some steam. Like, they will just make excuses for why they don't fall into the category that they've been like conditioned to hate, Also, thank you for gifting a sub to Doormat9, Gamer G. I hope they appreciate it, and thank you very much for supporting the channel.
To examine my health.
Oh.
So they're trying to get
miscommunication.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they're trying to sell you on like homeopathic medicine on your channel.
It was some sort of stuff.
They were trying to sell you on homoerotic medicine to sell on your channel.
They'd be mad now when they see that.
Oh, I'm sorry. We don't have to. I don't want to throw them under the bus.
I won't mention them by name.
Okay. Susan.
And their product might be fine, but I was just thinking to myself like, yeah, I've never met Steven Crowder before. I'm not even bringing. I'm not.
I mean, I wouldn't call Steven a bear or a twink. I don't think at any point he's fell into either of those categories.
Like bringing anything to shill of my own, but I'm gonna go here. Hey,
and now he's just divorced.
Check out this drug that I don't know anything about.
Yes,
you should talk about it on your show.
Yeah,
and yeah, that didn't happen. But it was weird because it was the hotel, very nice people, but there were a lot of Australian people there, New Zealanders, and they were all like, there were people that looked like hippies, and then there were people that looked like pharma bros, but they were all like the same convention. And I thought about trying to sneak in there because I was curious. I'm always trying to follow the new thing because sometimes it's real.
Sure.
Like CBD, for example, it can be good.
Right.
But it also can be sold as like a panacea cure-all,
yes,
which I don't like.
Exactly.
So I try to stay aware of, what's the next thing.
Okay, so let's get this straight. He was at his hotel, and there was some kind of convention there that had a bunch of hippy-dippy people from Australia and, like, besuited pharma bros, and they were trying to sell him homeopathic medicine, and he was nonetheless intrigued and wanted to sneak in to see if they had any genuine secret cures. This man's a cartoon.
There are a handful of supplements that actually are kind of proven. One is creatine that people sort of know about. I mean, if you need a multivitamin, turmeric, curcumin is one, and fish oil, and some people even argue about that. Then there are others for specific issues that may...
What? No, people take fish oil for omega-3 fatty acids. It's not... That's established science. Like, the fish oil has actual like vitamins in it that your body uses to do things. This isn't... Sorry, a better example, and if Steven were brave and more honest, would be like snorting powdered rhinoceros horn to like give you a raging boner. or snorting ground up powdered seahorse tails to give you a raging boner, or snorting. Usually it's just snorting, snorting a lot of ground up creatures, frankly, to give you a raging boner. And he went with like the thing, like fish oil, a thing that like doctors literally will prescribe you to like help deal with deficiencies in your diet. Back away from the seahorses. Yeah, human horn is the most potent, obviously.
Maybe makes sense, but when they sell something as like you said, a panacea, a cure-all, no single substance can do all those things. I don't know if you're certain.
You should do some Alex Jones
It's not out, but you
sometimes.
might need to be a little more aggressive with it. There you go. CBD is a good example. Like we have a sponsor, CB Distillery.
Yeah.
And their stuff is lab tested, which is great. You know that what you're getting is exactly what you're getting. They don't go too far off the beam with the science. Like it's the same thing with marijuana in general.
Yeah.
Like I do think it has some uses. We've talked about that. I think it's very
yeah.
overblown, where they, especially the commercials now, like wake and bake. Like here's the thing: no one says wake up and drink, you have a problem. But wake and bake, and you can get at the gas station like 250 milligram gummies where you're on the moon.
Yeah, that's I've been to the moon. It's not that great. And then the problem is once you're on the moon at 8:30 in the morning, you have like a whole day ahead of you.
Right.
And that's a real bummer. But I do
Why are you getting that high at 8 o'clock in the morning? What are you doing? This is, by the way, this is coming from Jeremy the Quartering, a guy who got so drunk in his basement he peed on the floor live on a stream. Second, if you are the appropriate, like the good amount of like high on weed, like you can just have a perfectly nice day. I don't know. Watch Speed Racer. Watch the Wachowski Speed Racer movie, okay? You'll have a great time. Get yourself some snacks, some like gummy bears, some like Sour Patch Kids, and just watch Speed Racer. Watch every single movie the Wachowski sisters have ever made. You'll have a lovely time.
think, yeah, there are good things. I try to be aware, as it is with when you run a channel too, you get people who sponsors, things like that. And I try to suss them out a little bit and be like, hey, I know you're selling like ground up deer penis.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I get that some Native American tribe did this.
Yeah. Is it the
Jeremy, I need to tell you something. I don't think any Native American tribes were grinding up deer penises to snort. That sounds like something like, frankly, if I'm being completely honest with you, that sounds like something a Native American tribe would tell ignorant white people as a joke, and then ignorant white people would just go ahead and start doing it all the time, not realizing it was a joke. It's
the same tribe that had 54 genders, as they try and argue?
Yeah, right.
Which doesn't exist.
Spirit gender.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Man, they can't even get the basic facts of this right. It's not spirit gender, you dipshit. It's two-spirit. What the hell, man? Are you saying he's instinctively signaling his bottom status? I mean, maybe.
It is something I'm constantly aware of, because when you have an audience, you got to protect them. You can't just say, hey, this is great, I'm going to sell this thing to you.
Well, this is interesting too because
Anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Stout Man. That's very, very kind of you. Oh, you know what? Nero Riot, that is very likely. Jeremy might have just mixed up the concept of two-spirit with spirit animal. He might think that they're the same thing.
Because, and I want to get into why you kind of got into this space, you know, with my background, you know, started acting when I was a teenager and doing stand-up that in my later teens, how someone kind of gets into the space from your, you know, walk in life.
Yeah.
But with sponsors, yeah, that is a consistent issue. I'm sure you see this, right? Where these companies pop up, they're chop shops. They pop up where they're a marketing company that happens to create a product so they can sell it on shows.
Correct.
On podcasts.
Yeah.
And
I don't think you know what a chop shop is. One. And two, that's like every company that makes a product, Steven. Every company that makes a product would like to sell it on a podcast. Yes.
They'll approach you and they'll often offer a lot of money because they've just run some numbers, they've looked at the algorithms, and the product is trash.
Or these are also usually the companies that say, you have to tell everyone.
You were just describing the feature of capitalism. So suddenly it's a problem that these businesses are trying to make a profit by making their products as cheaply as possible while charging as much as possible. That's crazy.
When you take it and tell everyone that I have a hard line in the sand. Like, I will promote a product, but I won't say I take it if I don't take it.
Yeah.
And they'll say, I've had people say like, oh, well, what you really got to do is like say, oh, I just stumbled across this crazy thing. And this, like, I don't do that because first of all, when it's like health supplements, I'm like, my viewers are like, they're like, come on, player. But then like in general,
you mean a company would just do that? Go on a podcast and lie to sell product? That's crazy.
Well, I'm like,
I would imagine if it's covered in cheese.
If it's cheese or fried, they're going to say, okay.
Wisconsin,
I believe this guy. I believe that he consumes this or some sort of liquor or beer. But usually it's the health space I'm very cautious about.
Yes. No, you're absolutely right. And it's especially because it's not regulated.
Right.
We've been pretty fortunate because, you know, we're largely supported by you know,
just as an FYI, the health space is regulated. It's why we have the Food and Drug Administration. You're just choosing to advertise unregulated products.
Mug Club, we don't run that many sponsors. You know, early on, I just didn't want to be beholden to it. So every sponsor that we've used is either someone who I reached out to, was a product that I happened to use, or something that I thought was useful.
Those are the best.
Yeah.
And I always like selling those. Like,
right.
I'm not going to name drop anybody, but it's like, you know, when you have, you know, product they like it's great. It doesn't feel like an ad. It's like, I take this stuff, or I use this product, or I use. So it's like, it doesn't feel slimy. It doesn't feel like you're selling something. You're just being totally honest.
Well, if you're not providing,
you know, Nero Riot, that's one of the things I love about the Quartering and Steven Crowder. They're too dumb. They're too dumb to actually like front appropriately. You know, like they're too I don't know, like distanced from what they're talking about or from caring about what they talk about in order to actually like appropriately distance themselves. And I kind of appreciate the honesty. Yeah, the smooth-brainedness and lack of guile I appreciate.
This is my point of view. If you're not providing a value added to the person watching or listening right now, you're effectively selling them as a commodity.
Yes,
and
right.
Like, for example, I have the drug test to prove it. I used CB Distillery after my surgery because they could only write 7 days of pain prescriptions. And when you do like whole life insurance test and you have to do a blood work.
After your gender affirming surgery that was not medically necessary for your condition? Interesting.
Work, they're like, oh yeah, what's this? Because there's THC when it's even 0.3%, and I had the QR code or the lab certificate.
Yeah.
And I go, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. So I have literally the drug test to prove that I used it, or Walther, we reached out to them. But if I'm just going, hey, I want to make some money, and I know this is useless. This happened to me one time. I sold clothes to a guy. I worked at the French-Canadian version of Nordstrom's called Les Ailes. And they had a promotion for a clothing company. I shouldn't say what it is, Decker. And
I shouldn't say this, but.
And they were like, if the person who sells the most Decker clothing this month gets, I don't know, some kind of a prize.
Yeah, spiff or whatever, yeah.
And I sold it. There was this guy who came in with his mom who obviously didn't know how to dress. And I sold him this god-awful Eurotrash clothing. And I did it one time.
Yeah.
I said, I'm never going to do it again because I'm not doing my job. And then I was promptly fired, as I should have been.
Yeah,
but
right.
It's a horrible feeling, isn't it?
So you're just admitting to being a bad salesman? Like you're just bad. You're just bad at selling things. Yeah, man, I sold someone this outfit that I personally didn't like, but the customer liked, and I felt bad about that. So I got fired for saying I never wanted to sell anybody anything again as a salesperson.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a few sponsors to come through and, selling land in Scotland kind of stuff, or hypothetical
kind of stuff. That seems oddly specific.
I've just.
Just out of curiosity. I wonder if it has anything to do.
Hey, what's going on? Jeremy here.
With established titles, an organization that purported to give you the title of a lord in Scotland. I wonder. Anyway, cutting ties with established titles. Interesting.
No, it could be anybody.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff, or I've gotten more careful through the years now, and that's the responsibility that you have as the gatekeeper, because just like they always say, if the product is free, you're the product. In a way that our viewers are our products, but I think creators like you and myself and many others, we're more protective. Not everyone's like that. Everyone's just like, whatever, I'll take the money, I'll take the ad money. It's the same reason I don't do gambling ads. No disrespect to people that do. I have an addictive personality, so I don't want to people. I don't want to do gambling ads, that kind of stuff.
Did you Did you ever do?
Wow, how noble that you don't want to sell your audience of predominantly children and teenagers who follow you for your video game takes, presumably. How noble of you to not want to sell them on gambling.
Toothbrush?
No.
Oh, okay, thank God. Because they did it where they were doing this whole thing with conservatives, right? And then they do a whole with their rainbow Quip toothbrush.
Oh.
I was like, oh, thank God I never actually sold Quip toothbrush.
I remember
I can't imagine being this fragile, chat. Imagine being this fragile. Oh yeah, man, they were selling a rainbow toothbrush. I'm never working with them again. Rainbow colored clothing. You'll never work at this town again.
Pre-Freedom phones. Did you do Freedom phones, Steven?
No, I didn't do them.
Oh,
no, I didn't do them.
Yeah.
Is that the one where it was like they used Sprint towers, but you were actually put into a queue behind Sprint, but it was more expensive?
It was a total. Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Yeah. I mean, it collapsed very quickly. There were a lot of people going to a lot of shows.
Yeah, and then they go after you, right? And they go, "Why do you hate America? Why do you hate freedom if you don't want to sell?" It's like, well, I just don't want to sell this product.
Yeah. I have Primeco. I'm old enough to remember Primeco. It's like I don't need to sell. Plus, I'm also, if my viewers will know this, I'm a big don't buy stuff to own the libs.
Right.
Because it's crap. It doesn't actually do anything except for enrich people who are grifting off of conservatives.
Right.
And so that kind of stuff is always a red flag for me. I'm like, Freedom Phone, okay, well, does it have better service? Is it faster? Is it? Well, no, it's just America. Okay, well, no, I'm not.
It's got to be at least equivalent where you're saying.
Minimum. Yeah. And similarly priced.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, Let's see here. Here we go. Yeah, he's learned to really be a lot more discerning with the sponsorships he takes on, right? Which is why he's being thanked here in this tweet from Antelope Hill Publishing. Our sincere thanks to the Quartering for the opportunity to sponsor one of their latest videos. We encourage you to check out their channel. Their fantastic ad for us can be seen in the video below. Now you might be asking yourselves, who is Antelope Hill Publishing? Let's take a look. Antelope Hill Publishing. Let's see. Oh, that's weird. They have their own Wikipedia page, probably for no bad reasons. Oh, Antelope Hill is an American white nationalist publisher based in Pennsylvania. It is known for selling translations of historical works by Nazis, fascists, and ultranationalists, as well as new works by far-right writers. It was founded in 2020. The Southern Poverty Law Center has called Antelope Hill an anti-Semitic hate group. Translations it has sold have included works by Adolf Hitler, the Belgian Nazi collaborator Leon Degrelle, the Nazi-sympathizing authors Julius Evola, Wilfrid Bade, and others. So this is presumably after Jeremy became more discerning. Anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting Nero Riot a sub. That's very kind of you. That's so weird. The company was founded in February 8 of 2020 by recent Penn State graduates Vincent Kuciara and Sarah Kuciara, who are married, and Dmitry Lutsik. Let's see here. I wonder... Oh, the SPLC has said contemporary authors in Antelope Hill's catalog repeatedly spread conspiracy theories, blaming perceived problems on Jewish people, as well as dehumanizing Black and LGBTQ people. The company's website says it aims to publish books relating to lost causes, which is the Confederacy, righteous mercenaries, anonymous critics, freedom fighters, revolutionaries, and exiles. That's so crazy. Antelope Hill promotional material refers to Uncle Hitler, and the company offered discounts to commemorate Hitler's birthday. Oh, that's crazy. All three of the founders have been active in the white power movement and have cooperated with far-right members of the Right Stuff Network. That's wild, dog. Anyway, thanks for being more discerning, Jeremy. You piece of shit. You white nationalist piece of shit.
And have something, not like, trigger.
Like, I'm sorry, if you are any degree of discerning, if you just Googled this company, that would be like the #1 result, chat. Like, if he's learned to be more discerning, this was 8 months ago that tweet came out. Right? Yeah, this is from September 19th of 2023. This is from less than a year ago.
SJW blend or something like that. I don't like doing that.
It was too dark a roast.
It really was. Very, very bold though.
I remember there was a big one that did bed sheets. And I won't say
bed sheets were big.
I won't
I
say
remember
the name
that.
of the bed sheets.
Yeah.
But several U.S. presidents used them.
Several.
I've heard.
Yeah.
And I tried them. I said, "Oh, so you're selling hospital sheets?"
Oh, they weren't even like high thread count?
No.
Oh.
No. It felt very much like the butcher paper at the doctor's office. And I just thought, this is what you do
Again, why is he referring it to the way he refers to it as butcher paper? I think is very weird because like it implies that there's butchering being done on in the doctor's office. Like when he goes to the doctor's office, are they butchering bits of his body? Like what's going on here?
I can't. Yeah, because you can only. Yeah, I'm a hard pass on that.
Yeah,
I'll say send it to me. Like I had somebody who sent me. Now this is a fine company. It was a sauna sleeping bag.
Oh yeah,
with like IR, very expensive product. And I said, this is never going to sell to my viewers. He's like, well, just
also it's interesting that we're several minutes into a discussion about sponsorships, and he hasn't mentioned Antelope Hill Publishing. That's so crazy to me. So wild. Why wouldn't you do that?
Send it. So it's like $400. The whole thing is you have to like lay on the floor, put it, zip yourself up in it. I'm like, there is no way anyone buys it. He's like, I'll just run the ad. I'm like, okay. Ran the ad. Nobody bought it. Yep. You know, I was like, you kind of know what's going to work with your audience too, and like.
I thought this was going to have a happy ending.
It was. Like, I stayed in the sauna bag. It was fun.
It was okay. Well, that's a good.
But when you're
were you nibbling on cheese?
Yeah. Well, it's you put a little cheese in there for dipping sauce. But like, being as tall as I am, like, I didn't even fit in it. So I'm like, oh, cool. I can roast my groin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, some.
What? What the hell? Yeah, they're oddly into talking about their privates to each other. Additionally, chat, I can't help but notice. I just took a look at how many people are watching right now, and frankly, we're doing pretty good. We got like 170. We got like almost 200 people in here. All right, but I can't help but notice we're at 81 likes, and frankly, those are rookie numbers. Okay, I think we can get 19. I think we can get 18 more likes. I just saw somebody. One of you heeded the call to action. You intuited my desire for you to hit the like button. I think you guys can do it. I believe in you. And those of you who hit the like button, I love you. Platonically, as a friend. Those of you who don't hit the like button, I see you. You're on the list. Anonymous Gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Fox and Socks. Hell yeah. Thank you so much. Did I miss the big announcement? The big announcement is that I am a featured Twitch streamer for Pride Month, and Pride Month is going to be lasting all year long, baby. I'm going to be on the front page carousel for Pride Month for LGBTQ folks on Twitch all year, starting today. The good list or the bad list. If you are not hitting the like button, you are on a negative list. I would never use such simplistic terms like good or bad for this list. Yeah, we're at 92 likes. We need 8 more. I think you guys can do it. That's so cool. It is so cool. I'm really excited. I really thought though that the carousel for LGBTQ voices would go up when West Coast hit June 1st, and that has not happened. So I'm a little sad. But thanks, Nero Riot. I'm doing my best. We're working our way up. You know, I've been putting in like 180 hours of streaming lately, every month. So I'm doing what I can. Doing what I can. See, we need 5 more likes on the stream, guys. Suspicious Milky Substance. Thank you for gifting us up to Cheeky Tube Mouse. And I hope Suspicious Milky Substance, I hope you're doing really well. It's been a while since I saw you in chat. Use Twitch to convert everyone to the cause and convince them to reclaim the means of production. Well, non-aesthetic witch, that has always been the goal. From the very beginning. Let's go. Just chatting in IRL streams. Do 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 do. Just trying to see if we have. No, we still don't have the carousel. Damn. Damn it. Guys, we need 4 more likes. I think there are 4 of you out there who haven't hit like. Let's go. I hit it a while ago. That's what he said. But all right. Let's continue on. I don't know if I've got it in me to do a full this entire episode, guys. We're less than 15 minutes in. We have an hour left to go.
UFC fighters have used those to cut weight, because they don't necessarily.
Yeah, it's a real thing. Yeah.
Yeah, saunas, but then you sweat a little more sometimes with the infrared. So there was one time a fighter who.
And you don't. Yeah, you lose more, but it's not as obvious.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So it's one thing you have to kind of calibrate. You don't have any extra ones, do you?
I do.
So I'll
send it to you.
There you go. You'll give them a plug, and I'll be doing the show from my sauna bag.
I love it. Yeah.
Suspicious Milky Substance. Thank you for the 10 gifted tier 1 subs over on Twitch. My goodness. Look at us go. Look at you go. Look at you go. Look at you go. Look at you go. And we have ourselves a hype train over on Twitch, everybody. It's time for some BWA energy. Let's play this Goblin City single. This one goes out to Donald Trump, huh? Here's to the promise. Thank you for the 100 biddies.
You got that Trump card in your back pocket. New York State better shut it and lock it. Now that a dark, stormy night got a bitch burp walking. Figured orange is its color, so we might as well rock it. Felony on the big screen.
Jaeger Larson, thank you for subscribing.
For a grand old party. Porn stars and payoffs, maybe some rock star real estate. Gonna run round in iron chains. Got an old fraud rap and a brand new cellmate. Porn stars and payoffs, baby. The rock star real estate.
Suspicious Milky Substance. Holy shit. Thank you for the additional 10 gifted subs. God, I need the full version of this song so bad. Goblin City is so cool. Like they whipped out this 1 minute long like demo in like an hour or two. It's so good. Who's gay? I am. I'm gay and trans. I'm 2 of the things. I'm bisexual and trans. I'm 2 of the things. Totally not a simp. It's okay, you can simp. Somniostatic, OMG what? How do you feel about cigars though? I like cigars. I tend to have like one like every couple months, every few months. It's not like a thing I do all that often. It's just like they're just nice. Here, let's do a little Hyperino with one of the best songs from Sweet Myths, another excellent band. You guys ready to rock? You guys ready to rise? I feel like this is the anthem for Pride this year.
What does the fascists say when the lies are sold in spades? They say they need our civil rights while we work hard and die. Under God, they defend the genocide. They have said they cleanse your soul by making sure your tale is never told. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rhymes, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when
I
we
am
sing
such
your
a
name, you can never die.
But on your
You
noise.
are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge. You strike great fear into the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're on me. To resist as hard as I can, 'cause all they want for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You will rise. They thought they could make you hide, disappear right before their eyes, and no band says to me, here come the 40 thieves, riding into battle, wrath and power, this is stopping me. No matter how hard they try, through guns or laws or religious rise, they can take your arms, they can take your eyes, but when we sing your name, you can never die. You are true, they can't deny. To live is sweet revenge, you strike great fear to the hearts of men. A voice of nature can't be tamed, and that's why you're on me. To resist as hard as I can, 'cause all they want is for you to end. Through the fire of their hate, you won't subside. You are true, they win, they can't
That was a lot of fun.
In the
Thank you for letting me be silly, chat. Oh my god. That song. Don't hurt me no more. Oh god. Suspicious milky substance. Thank you for propelling that hype train to unprecedented new heights. And that song that we played there was Sweet Myths Music. The band Sweet Myths. Their song Rise, and it is an absolute banger. Calling for trans liberation, and it is one of my favorite songs, unironically. Jack, did you know redheads like us have special powers? It's true. It's true. I've seen enough movies. I know we have the ability. Thanks, suspicious milky substance. I appreciate it. What was that? It was cool as fuck. Here you go. Let me link this again. And there we go. There we go. Whew. Rise. It's by Sweet Myths. 2 words. And Sweet Myths, community member, friend of the channel. Graciously giving me the permission to use their music in my stream. I appreciate it. Can I post a clip on Twitter? Always. Rhombus, I'll give that one to you for free. Oh, wooga! Thanks for hanging out with me, even though I'm loopy and it's late at night, guys. No, their music is great, okay? Like, this is another one. This is their latest single. Absolutely gorgeous artwork, too, by the way. Do Scottish gingers count? Of course they do. Yeah, they got a really talented artist on this one. Diego and the gang are really talented.
Pretend it's in his head, it's in his head. He wishes he could fix what's in his head, what's in his head. He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream. Oh, when he plays pretend it's in his head.
I need to learn the lyrics for this song.
What's in his head? He breaks his heart in every dream where they both kiss underneath the sheets. What a beautiful dream.
What an excellent song. They're so talented. And get good sleep, Lady Domina. Thanks for keeping me company. And happy Pride to you as well. Right, Suspicious Milky Substance? Rise kicks ass. It kicks so much ass. You need to get yourself into a BWCA trip. Last time I went to the Boundary Waters, I got lost and may or may not have wound up in Canada briefly. Teehee. I'm scared to go there now. It's June now, Snuggle Kitten. We made it. It's time for Pride Year, everybody. No longer will we be satisfied with Pride Month. It's time for Pride Year. Pride Decade? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. One day they'll add the Pride Carousel. One day. Guys, you made it! You got over 100 likes on the stream! I'm so proud of you guys! Good job! Alright, and I just realized that I paused right as Jeremy was touching his tongue for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why this is happening. If anyone wants to screenshot that and turn it into an emote for whatever godforsaken reason, now would be the time. One last band to kick my ass in an unexpected way was 12-Foot Ninja. I have not heard of them, but I am going to look them up right now. 12-Foot Ninja. Cool. I will check them out off of stream. They look cool though. I like their vibe. Touching his tongue, we'll talk about sauna bags and, stewing his nuts. Typical guy stuff.
I think we talked about it. I have a infrared sauna at home. I love it.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's one of those things that is worth it. It's, again, overblown.
Yeah. It doesn't cure everything. Mm-mm. Yeah.
Well, actually, as a guy out there who doesn't.
I can't imagine being the kind of guy who goes on a show to talk about my infrared sauna. Like, what must that be like? Like, how do you get into that headspace where you're just like chatting about that casually as if other people know what an infrared sauna is or care,
And nice, but does a podcast, and he said that an infrared sauna. So I don't even know if we need this paper. We're just going. Yeah. It's a little inside baseball here. Again, the quartering. Best place is X or Rumble.
Yeah, yeah.
And I want to go back to that, but there's a guy who said, the sauna is actually proven to increase your growth hormone and testosterone by 400 or 600%. And my friend Chael Sonnen, and is a fighter in the UFC, and he has a relatively popular podcast. He said, look, if this was true, he said, now you can't through steroids get your testosterone to 600%. He said, and I know because I was trying and I got caught.
Yeah.
He goes, but if you were looking for a job with the New York Yankees and you said I could increase your players' testosterone by 600%, they would fire the other coaches. They wouldn't even need to practice, and they would give you $1 million.
Oh yeah.
It's not possible.
Yeah.
But it's a headline, it's a thumbnail, and then people take it to the bank.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's kind of scary, isn't it? Because I think you and I both benefited from circumventing gatekeepers, right? But there also is a challenge with
I can't shake the feeling that both these men are just desperately lonely. There's like almost a desperation in how they're socializing with one another. And I know I could be reading way too much into this, but they just like the track of their conversation has been bizarre. Are they touch starved? Probably.
I don't know if you see some people where the truth doesn't matter at all, and it's just collecting cash.
Of course. Yeah, yeah.
So how do you think that gets balanced going forward?
Well, I think you can only burn people's trust so many times. I mean, early on,
Man, I wouldn't want to say that to Steven. Oh boy, he's going through something right now where he certainly burned some trust a few times.
even, I would do a lot of ads on my channel, and then I would start to see the people in the comments like, oh, it's too many ads. I unsubscribed from him years ago. He did too many ads. This and the other.
Has Jeremy now gotten his almost inevitable divorce? Did that happen?
Thing. And then if you get caught up, obviously the very real part of it is, you get caught up selling something, and then your viewers don't blame the company; they blame you.
Mm-hmm.
And so people were pretty pissed off at me that they didn't actually own land in Scotland.
Really?
And
Real talk. I actually enjoyed playing Raid Shadow Legends on stream, and I did play a little bit of it off stream as well. I do actually enjoy the games that I get sponsorships from.
I immediately came out. I was like, hey, if I thought it was just like a meme gift or whatever.
I thought it was a novelty gift, honestly.
Yeah, what I basically said was, it became a thing. Someone did like an expose video, and then everyone's like emailing me, calling me a scammer. I'm like, nobody in my audience actually thinks they're a lord.
Right.
It's like a goofball gift that you buy for whatever dollars,
Yeah.
But had that not have been, had I sold it dishonestly, I sold it as a gift, as a meme. Had I sold it dishonestly,
Foxbet,
you lose your credibility, and people will call you sellout, and they'll just stop watching. I think it kind of fixes itself.
Well, I think
Marvel Snap was a really, really good sponsorship. I play a lot of Marvel Snap to this day.
I agree with you most, but I disagree in one way, in the sense that you're one of the few people who will get into this idea of preparation, where you actually do like a show and you prepare, right? And you have segments and you have assets that you have ready. So for something that people tune into a scheduled viewing, yes, you lose their trust. But for people, there are businesses out there where they just go, we're just going to use the algorithm for a reel and a 5-second view, where no one's actually investing any trust. It's just, this popped up in my feed and this is shareable. You can still make a lot of money that way and keep burning the trust bridge over and over, and no one cares.
Yeah, this is true of like Instagram and TikTok, where they're already short form and they're set up. I think this is the way that X is going to go to.
Garage sale.
They're going to turn into marketplaces, because that's really a great way to make money for them.
That's not fair, because you know what? You can get a perfectly good Matt Chrisman at a garage sale, okay? You can find really awesome stuff at garage sales, all right? I've found some really great furniture and paintings at garage sales, but this is he definitely gives "we have Matt Chrisman at home" energy,
which I'm not against.
Good
but
idea,
you're right.
Drew
There's
S.
a lot of kind of scummy products out there. I think you just have to hope that people have some level of integrity. I've always said,
I feel like they're not talking about product anymore. I feel like they might be talking about something else.
for example, I'll do ads for mobile games.
Mm-hmm.
People hate it.
Oh, Dreadnoughts
But
was really cool. I got to play
because
that
of the
at
way
E3.
that the YouTube algorithm has changed, in the way that when you're conservative or even perceived conservative, your viewers kind of know. Like I found that when I did ads, my viewers were like, oh, here's another ad from some whatever mobile game. But everyone always like, dude, who cares? Like people would just say, hey, they get demonetized all the time. They get suppressed all the time. They got to eat. So there was really a change around the apocalypse, thanks to somebody in this room.
I apologize.
Yeah.
That wasn't my intent.
Yeah. There was a change around them where viewers became more accepting of ads in our space, not necessarily in the wider space. I think it's, interesting when, somebody like Mr. Beast does an ad read, and I'm like, you get 200 million views a video. Do you really need an ad read? But it is what it is.
I mean, he gets 200 million views a video. I can't even imagine what the ad fees that they would offer him are. Like, yeah, he makes a ton of money just on the video itself, but I imagine the ads, like the fees that people pay him to run ads or do like sponsored content, are astronomical. I bet he makes like 3 or 4 times how much any one video makes off of doing like one sponsored like part of the stream or part of the video, you know?
You know, they enjoy it as long as it fits. By the way, the best key for good ads is ones that actually target your customers.
Right.
If it's a weirdo, crappy product then your customers get mad.
Well, the problem though with
Or
YouTube
your viewers, I mean.
is YouTube doesn't allow you to really target conservatives effectively, right?
No.
Because they just don't allow your product to be placed in there. Generally speaking,
They used to let you target per channel. Like when I would try to sell my stuff, I used to pick like I'd run well till you got demonetized, but like I'd run like my coffee ads on like conservative channels, and I would even do a custom pre-roll. Hey, before you watch a Steven Crowder video, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
I had like 50 different ads, and then they even removed that. Now you can't even do that. I can't even say I want to target conservatives. I just have to buy all the crap.
So you're a more savvy business person than I am, because if I get an idea like that, so I use the same, but I did it out of spite. So I targeted
spite
liberal.
is a powerful thing.
I targeted liberal channels. I won't say who, where I had done parodies of them, or I was critiquing them, and I would run my video as a pre-roll ad before their videos.
I love that.
And you know, but I didn't stand to make any money. It's just the small satisfaction of knowing that someone in their studios was going.
Yeah, right.
Someday.
Yeah.
No one was doing that, Steven. At most, they were mildly irritated. That's about it.
Yeah, sometimes I do videos like roasting Disney or something, and then people will be like, Disney bought an ad on your video, or Disney.
Yeah, basically they're complaining about how it used to be that they could target conservatives with their ads, and then YouTube changed their policies because Steven Crowder went and got himself like demonetized on YouTube and triggered a chain of events that like wound up changing how ads themselves work on YouTube. So yeah.
You know, I made fun of Captain Marvel. I saw Captain Marvel ad in your video. That's always funny to me too. So
well, it is though. It is tough though sometimes because, and you're obviously you do some different content from I do. For example, like you lean into drama. You know, I hate
I know you avoid it.
I'm just like, I just want to do the show. But I also understand that there's value in it. But there is one thing that I think we should.
I hate drama, says Steven Crowder, someone who's been embroiled in drama nonstop for like the last 3 years.
And coming like you do care about the truth. You know what I mean? Even if you don't like someone, you're not just going to lie because you don't like the person.
Yeah.
And I know that about you. And even if you don't like Jeremy, I know this about him. It is tough to compete with the lie with the truth. An example that I used recently was where a bunch of people were sending me this tweet that went out saying 1.2 million new registered voters in Texas in 2024 with no ID. Now, the real number was about 60,000.
Yeah.
And we were vindicated because all the secretaries of state came out and said, yeah, that's not true. Let us explain. And these were, a lot of them were Republicans too. But I had so many people sending it to me, and we did a whole segment on this. Like, no, Arizona's not 200,000. Texas is not whatever it was, 1.2 million. The problem is you do it, it's right, you know it's right, but the lie gets shared faster because people go, yeah, but this shocks people.
Yeah.
When the truth is shocking enough, no one should be voting or registering without ID. But when you lie about the number, it discredits the conservative movement as a whole.
Yeah, and there's also, X has turned into a more negative space, I think, for conservative clickbait. I saw a video this morning where it was like, John Mellencamp has Biden meltdown and gets kicked off stage. I looked for half an hour to find he did have a meltdown, and he did quit the show. But there was no mention of Biden. I couldn't find a longer video that had anything about Biden.
Right.
But like a lot of people were like incentivized on Twitter. So like I saw that and I'm like, oh, I'm going to cover this. And I'm like, well, wait, I can't find.
Right.
Maybe he did rant about Biden, but there's not a single clip about it. So I'm like, oh, I can't cover this story. I guess I'll just cover this biological female that boxed a biological male and got knocked out in 21 seconds.
That's fun too.
That was a lot of fun.
Be extra fun if they box John Cougar Mellencamp, because I hate him. Not actually, as a Christian, it's wrong to hate, but you know what I mean? I hate him.
Okay. I am losing all of my steam for this. Him saying that in that way just made me so tired, man. Like they're old brains, man. Oh no, my headphones are stuck. Oh no, guys. This is sad. This is a sad story. This is the worst thing to ever happen to me. Oh dear. I might just need to. It's a loss. This is what I get for headbanging with. What I get for headbanging with headphones on. Oh no. I'm trapped. It's okay, guys. I'll be fine. I'm good. Just I'm held captive at the moment. Trying to figure out if I can weasel my hair out. Alright. Looks like we only lost 2 strands of hair. 4 strands of hair. 3 strands of hair. We're good. Alright. That was difficult. Thank you for being with me. God, I'm so sleepy. I even look sleepy. Suspicious milky substance. Thank you for the 9 tier 1 subs. My God. Thank you. I am gonna go sleep so that I can wake up and make myself cute for a social function tomorrow. And then I will continue to look cute after said social function for our official day 1 Pride stream, not just our nighttime Pride month, bringing in the new Pride year. I guess we are ringing in the Pride year. Fundraiser tomorrow? Are we doing a fundraiser? Wait, Somniostatic, what fundraiser? Remind me for real. Like, what is that? You'll do great. Thanks. Just realized I need to eat. You go eat. Go do it. Progressive no. Vosh might be doing a Progressive Victory fundraising stream. As far as I know, I have not been invited to that. It's okay. It's okay. I pioneered the software to get bugs out of it, and so, you know, Vosh. I walked so that Vosh could run. It's all good. I just had a mild panic that I had totally forgotten, and weirdly enough, you also brought up me doing a fundraiser tomorrow when I was going to be participating in a different fundraiser organized by a different streamer, but that one got delayed, so I don't know when that one's happening, but yeah. You're the female Vosh, apparently. Who says that? You guys are the only ones who say that. And for real, Vosh is just the male me. Who the streamer? It's probably fine. I was gonna be showing up on Hey It's Vadim's stream. He was gonna put on a stream tomorrow, but it got delayed. And yeah, we were gonna hang out with Creationist Cat for a little bit. Say a little prayer for me. Have a great month celebrating and protesting. Be safe-ish. Jaeger Larson, you have a great month protesting, celebrating, and all that stuff too. Oh yeah, Vadim's great. I love, like, he's super nice. I've talked to him a few times. I want to see if I can get him on the show too. I think that would be really fun. Joe Manchin just became an independent. Didn't he do that like 4 years ago? Oh, tired. Buddhist streamer? Never heard of them? Oh, Creationist Cat was like one of the OG YouTube channels. Like just one of the OG shit post kind of political channels. Worth looking up, I think. Anyway, folks, we've been going for over 6 hours. If you enjoyed the stream, make sure you hit the follow button, subscribe, hit the like button, do all the things, and consider dropping those sweet, sweet subs and donos. The show brought to you by viewers like you. And, see, any chance you'll be at TwitchCon this year? I want to be able to go. I've just been so busy grinding. Between like doing my political organizing work and also like streaming, it's been hard to like pencil in other time. I need to look into it. Do you know what the Suspicious Milky Substance? Do you know what days TwitchCon is this year? I haven't had time to look. I've been protesting all sorts of shit since I was 8. Never quit telling the assholes to fuck off. I'm 52. I get through a lot. Hell yeah, Jaeger Larson. Much respect. Sounds good, Suspicious Milky Substance. I've been okay. It's 9:20 through 9:22. I'll have to check out my calendar. Take care not to burn yourself out. Oh, Snoogan, you'll know if when I'm truly burnt out, that's when I say I'm going to stream and then that just doesn't happen. Like I push myself until I break, which is not great. Not a strategy I would recommend. Also, chat, I'm 1 pound closer to my goal, my weight loss goal. I have 8 more pounds to go. But I've been doing real good. But I've been doing real good with my exercising and my calorie counting and such. And I'm pretty proud of myself. Just gonna keep on keeping on. Also, it really helps to have like a cozy, oversized sweatshirt. Just helps in general with life. Would recommend. All right, folks. Let's raid you guys into a nice cozy channel with a nice cozy vibe. Let's send you over to Doodleburb. They are so cute. Oh, I see what they're doing in Elden Ring. Okay, your mission, chat, is to give Doodleburb the strength to beat the current boss they are fighting right now. So, give them your energy like Earth did to Goku for the Spirit Bomb, all right? See you all tomorrow. Bye.
What the heck?